Day 3 of the Grand Chess Tour here in Leuven. The best chess players in the world battle for maximum points on the crucial final day of Rapids. Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave came back from the dead against Viswanathan Anand and found himself at the end of the day sitting alone in clear second place.
You know, I kept on fighting because this is what we do.
Tournament leader Wesley So continued to make chess look easy as he comfortably managed to increase his lead over his nearest rival.
Yeah, hopefully I play like this every single tournament because the quality of my play here is much higher than the one in Paris.
It's on to Blitz, where lightning-fast hands and nerves of steel will decide the winner. Day 4 action starts right now. Welcome back, everybody. We're standing in front of the Fourth, the majestic hotel where all the chess players are staying. Well, with its regal facades and spectacular rooms, the players will hope that this will provide some inspiration as they begin the first day of Blitz. They'll have to speed up from the Rapids chess and bring their best stuff. And to call all the exciting action, we go down to the studio with Jovanka, Yasser, and Cristian.
Hello and welcome to day 4 of the Your Next Move Leuven chess stage of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm Jovanka Houska.
Yes, you are.
Yes, and I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm so completely excited about the first day of Blitz Chess Tour, where the Blitz will get faster, harder, and yeah, well, I'm looking forward to enjoying the thrills and spills with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Jovi, it is a pleasure to be here with you. And we've been so excited and treated by the play so far in Leuven. It's going to be an amazing day. First of all, let's go to the standings and see where we are.
Yes, indeed. In the lead with 14 points out of 18 is 2016 Tour champion Wesley So. Fantastic score. In second place is Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on 12 points out of 18, and in third place we have the world champion Magnus Carlsen, somewhat surprisingly, with 11 points out of 18.
And when you look at that score, you have to say Wesley So has achieved one of the greatest tournament performance ratings I've seen on the Grand Chess Tour, and
right.
He is going to zoom up on that universal rating system scoreboard.
And let's check out the Blitz format for today and tomorrow. So we will have 18 rounds of Blitz played at 5 minutes plus a 3-second delay, where a win will count for 1 point and a draw half a point. And
of course they play 9 rounds today and 9 rounds tomorrow.
Indeed. And should it happen, well, we'll have to check out the playoff format. And first of all, the match will be decided by a 2-game rapid, which is played at 10 minutes plus 5-second delay. If there is still a tie, then we'll move on to a 2-game blitz match where they'll be played at 5 minutes plus 3-second delay. And if there is still a tie, then it's decided by that famous Armageddon game.
It all comes down to one game.
You're right. And here in the studio, as always, ready to give us his thoughts is Grandmaster analyst Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, guys, and good morning, everyone. What an exciting final day of Rapid we had yesterday in the 2017 Grand Chess Tour second leg in Leuven, Belgium. We saw Magnus Carlsen draw all of his games. Wesley So still very, very dominant. But today we're entering the Blitz portion of this event, the fast and furious portion. Let's see who the best blitzers in the world are. As of now, we have Magnus Carlsen, according to the universal rating system, as the top-ranked blitz player in the world, Wesley So number 3, and Vachier-Lagrave number 6. This is going to be a hot race for the top position. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, day 3 is done. The Rapids were spectacular. You needed a doctor in here with all the heart palpitations that we experienced in that very exciting matchup with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Viswanathan Anand. Very tough day indeed. But they've got to get Rapids behind them, and now they're on to Blitz. That's its own animal. Well, the 3 players who zipped over from Paris and quickly got here, well, they are at the top of the leaderboard. Certainly, Magnus Carlsen has his work cut out for him as he is 3 points behind Wesley So he knows he's going to have to make up some ground. He doesn't have to do it all in one day, however. He's got 2 days to do it. So maybe if he can carve a 2-point deficit down in the very beginning, then he'll be able to make a little bit of a comeback. Of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who played wonderfully in Paris, he chased down Magnus Carlsen, even passed him in the Blitz. He will try to do the exact same thing today, but he'll have a tall order against this man, Wesley So, who is the leader, who's playing well. Wesley said yesterday, if I could play like this all the time, man, it would be fantastic. But he also said, I haven't had a great result yet in Blitz. Well, if that game he crushed Gary Kasparov in Blitz, which is sort of the game of the century, is any indication he should be able to show his stuff, and will he be able to string it all together and keep his lead in this tournament? Well, we're going to find out, and we'll give you all the action live here from Leuven.
Thank you, Maurice.
Maurice.
And let's take a look
Definitely.
at the first round pairings, Jyoti.
Right.
What do we have?
What are we looking forward to? So, some of the matchups, well, we have Grandmaster Wesley So, Tour Champion, playing against Badur Diobova, who has had a very bad start, languishing on 1 point out of 18.
Yeah, Rapids did not fit the Gar style. Maybe it will be the Blitz, but look at that second board matchup as well.
Vichy Anand, Magnus Carlsen,
you
World
know,
Championship rematch from 2013.
And it's all about form in Blitz. In this first round, if it's any indicator, Wesley is going to be looking for a victory, and on all the other tables, everybody is going to be looking to turn their fortunes around.
Right, form counts for everything. So let's head back to Leuven with Maurice and Nigel Short.
Well, we are with former world champion candidate Nigel Short. And Nigel, yesterday you said Wesley So looks really good, and he proved that true to form. Right now he looks unstoppable, but now it's Blitz, a totally different animal.
It is, and I would be surprised if he maintains his leading distance in this format. I think he will be caught. Whether he'll be overtaken or not, well, that's a different matter altogether. But I think there are better Blitz players here. We'll see how that goes. Magnus Carlsen obviously is a guy to watch, but he's very, very far behind. There are some Blitz specialists, Jan Nepomniachtchi, so I'm expecting he will do well.
Still has a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think it's going to be about the nerves today? Well, who can hold their nerves best? Because obviously they're all great players.
I think it's a matter of who's slept well and is feeling fresh today, just having a clear head. I think once they start off, nerves are not so much of an issue.
All right, well, we'll see if they can maintain their clear head and who got some sleep last night. I know I did, so we're all ready to bring you this broadcast. It should be a fun day here with the 9 great rounds of Blitz.
At the moment, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour in 2016, Wesley So. I'm playing Wesley from Georgia. Please show your support. Let's hope he has a little bit better luck in the Blitz. Badur Diobova. From Ukraine, I think he was sitting at the back. There he is. Please welcome one of the finest players ever to play the game, Vasily Ivanchuk. And also making his debut in the tour from Russia, Ian Nepomniachtchi. At the front, former world champion from Russia, Vladimir Kramnik. Plays from Holland, Anish Giri. And he's only made it just on time, still breathing a little heavily, from Armenia, Levon Aronian. And he plays the co-winner in Paris, a fantastic blitz player from France, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And a real treat for you in the first round, 2 world champions. Firstly, the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Who's playing Vishy Anand. I'll pass you over to Luke to get the round underway. Thank you.
Well,
Yes.
that was great introductions. I just want to say to our viewers that what we're trying to do in our format and our show today is we'll concentrate on one of the 5 games and we'll have a second in reserve.
Right.
We just simply don't have enough time to keep track of all 5 games.
I mean, the time control is very fast, 5 minutes plus 3-second
And
delay.
let's go over to Leuven. Maurice.
Just a quick point, it's a busy day here. It's Saturday, of course, it's the weekend, so more people could come and spend some time enjoying these players. One of them is the mayor of Leuven, who in his opening ceremony actually challenged Magnus Carlsen. He said, you know, it's not all the time we want the same player to win. Well, of course, Magnus had a smirk at that one. We all had a good laugh, and he said, take it as a challenge. So we'll see whether or not Magnus can, in front of the mayor, prove why he is indeed the best chess player in the world and the best blitz player in the world.
Thank you, Maurice. And we're looking at the game between Vishy and Magnus Carlsen. It has been a Berlin with d3, and after bishop c5, this bishop takes c6, and the players are in their prep. Jovi.
Yes, it looks like very much like a exchange, you know,
Ooh,
one of these
Lopez,
exchange, except the queen hasn't been able to get to f6 like it normally likes to do.
As the knight is already on f6.
Yeah.
So this move, bishop g4, a little bit provocative, because basically Magnus has played it cagey. He's keeping open both options of which way to castle. With the move bishop g4, he's encouraging white to play the move h3, which puts the question to the bishop.
Right.
Black really doesn't want to give up the 2 bishops, but he has this move h5. And then you're wondering, maybe you shouldn't have played h3 and given black an anchor. Interesting sacrifice.
Interesting, yes.
I wouldn't
I think that
recommend
bishop
it.
is going to be attacked via knight e3. That's potentially an idea. h3, g4 sounds a little bit too provocative.
Yes,
we didn't
we-
see h3, by the way. Let me just flip boards for a second and go back
saw
and
a3.
forth. We saw instead, after the move bishop g4, knight c4, hitting the e5 pawn, which was covered by knight d7, and a2, a3, looking to expand a little bit on the queen side with b4. Should black castle long? And after a5, well, that really is the signal. Black is castling short. And now Vishy knows where the address is going to be for black's king. He's played bishop e3, getting rid of, well, potentially to get rid of the
Right.
2-bishop advantage.
Well, it's also putting pressure. I was just going to say that black has played f6 because it was putting pressure on
e5 pawn,
E5
and
pawn,
so
yes.
bishop takes c5. Magnus is prepared to recapture with the bishop, but that's okay. Bishop c5, knight c5, knight e3, attacking the bishop, and he has in fact played bishop c5, knight c5,
And I think Magnus is going to
knight e3.
want to preserve his bishop on the h5 d1 diagonal, and he's going to play bishop h5. That nevertheless gives away the f5 square. So
Yeah, bishop h5 or bishop e6.
the thing is, bishop e6, I
You
don't want to take my knight
Yes.
square.
Exactly. Sometimes you have this problem of a traffic jam. Everybody wants to go through the same square, and e6 is a perfect square for both minor pieces.
Right.
So Magnus has a big... Whoa!
Oh, surprisingly,
we-
he took.
A move we had not expected. He simply captured the knight and said, okay, all you've got is a structural advantage at the moment.
Right. That was very interesting. I really expected him to preserve that bishop and then to play knight e6 and I think castle king side and start shuffling the pawns on the queen side.
I couldn't agree with you more, Jovi. And this move h2, h4, 2 back-to-back moves that are a bit unexpected. This move h4, Well, Cristian, I wanted to ask. I asked and answered. Does he really want to play h5? He does.
He does. He wants to solidify the knight on f5. You're not going to be able to chase him away with g6. And overall, I'm just going to play g3, king g2, and try to, at the right moment, maybe transfer my rook, rook h1, rook h4, rook g4, and create some sort of attack. Obviously, black always has the option of exchanging the knight whenever you're putting it on f5. I can play rook a d8 or queen d7 and then knight d4, forcing the exchange. So it still seems very, very balanced, and black seems to be very close to equality. Nevertheless, white still preserves a slight edge.
Okay, well, I really like this move a5, a4, essayed earlier by Magnus. Why? Because Magnus is going to one day put his knight on the square d4. And it's not a permanent base, of course, because white always has c3. But after the move c3, the knight will jump to b3, and this pawn on a4 limits, well, I can't call it a majority, but simply limits white's queenside play.
No, I did like this a4. I also was thinking this knight on e3, I was very surprised that white kept the knight on a3, but then thinking about it further, he controls this c5, c4 idea.
I like this move. I like this move, rook a d1 for white. You're actually maybe thinking about playing rook d2, f4, and then transferring the rook on the king side, perhaps?
Yes, rook
and
d2,
in
f4.
the same time, he didn't want to put it on e1 because whenever he plays rook e2, whenever white plays rook e2, black is going to jump knight d4 with an attack. But rook d1, rook d2.
Well, we have f4 played.
Whoa. My spidey sense is tingling after this move f4. You know me, I'm an old pawn grubber. What about this move queen d4 with the double attack against both knight as well as pawn on b2? I thought Vichy was going to preface this move with king g2, but sorry, Cristian, queen d4.
Well, queen d4, knight takes c6, queen takes c6.
Oh, it's with a check.
It's with a check, yeah.
Good morning,
St.
St. Louis.
It's very early here.
Good morning, St. Louis. Whoa.
Wow, yeah,
F5. Okay, the idea is in case of knight takes f5, knight d4, with a double attack against f5 and c2. If we drop back, we can trade queens and regain the
and
lost
if knight h6 check
at the start,
you can just go king h8, and after the queen exchange, you're going to have two pieces under attack: the knight on h6 and the pawn on c2. Right. So black still regains his pawn, and if he gains that pawn on c2, d3 is also going to become a huge weakness. So structurally, I definitely like black. I think white has overextended a little bit.
Wow. Okay.
But let's see what Vichy finds.
Well,
and he
does
find
play
the
knight
move,
h6.
Knight h6. I think we're going to see c3 at this moment. No. Knight g4 just coming back. Well, knight takes.
He does win a pawn after knight takes c2, rook dc1.
As has happened.
As
knight
has
takes,
happened. And
yes, rook dc1. Going after the c5.
But I always have the move knight d4, and then if you take on c5, I'm going to go knight e2, and then knight takes f4.
Right, so you're just looking at this line. Jovi, I like the idea of winning the pawn, and unfortunately, this knight check.
The question is, do I want to take on f4 first?
Well, these moves have indeed been played.
Okay, let me refresh my analysis board, as the players are actually...
I think I want to take on f4. I think I want to exchange one pair of rooks because...
Be careful, there's a rook f8 check.
Yes, you have rook f5, but I have knight e6.
Covering everything. Okay, so a little controversy on panel. Should we take with the rook immediately followed by the knight fork, or check at once? Magnus actually slowed down here for this important...
By the way, knight e6 is also an option.
Knight e6?
Knight e6 is definitely an option.
Something to be said about that one, too. I kind of like knight e6 as well. Although, check is, we always look at the most forceful moves first, and captures and checks. So, knight e6 for a blitz game, that'd be highfalutin.
Plenty of pawns under attack, and if you move your rook on the c file and not on e5, attacking the knight after knight e6, then I can regain the pawn on d3.
Well,
Whoa.
King G8. Wow.
King G8. None of us saw that one coming.
No, we didn't see that one coming.
King G8.
I don't like this move. What about F5?
Absolutely. F5 spanked that on the board. But then there's still the knight E2 check.
King F2?
King F2.
Knight F4. And rook, knight E5, gaining a tempo against the rook. That was quickly played, and the rook quickly moved to E7. So how is Magnus going to regain his pawn after, for example, a move like F5?
F5 loses on the spot after
Because
knight B3. Knight B3,
Knight
rook B5 or rook D5, C6, and you can no longer defend your...
Well, I have knight takes C6. Oh, no, I hear what you're saying, Christian. F5, knight B3
Correct.
at once,
Right.
rook D5, C6,
Right.
and the knight on E5 cannot stand. The players are blitzing quickly. Let me get an update on the game. There we have it.
Well, the time
King
is very...
G2. Wow.
That's a mistake.
That just walks into this whole knight takes F4 check idea.
Well,
And,
Magnus seems
Magnus,
to have swindled the former world champion. Yes.
very nicely. You can't play king to G3 because
of
of knight
knight
takes H5 check.
yes.
And we have a result.
We do have a result that Nepomniachtchi has won his game.
A player that Nigel Short at the top of the broadcast said, hey, look out for that guy. He's a blitz specialist,
Yes,
he called him.
is. Yes, and also he's one of our wild cards who is in the Blitz top 20. So definitely someone to watch.
Just a heads up, both players are heading to that 1 minute mark as Magnus has just whipped off the white H5 pawn. Ooh, that gives him nice two connected pass pawns. So Vichy got tricked.
Absolutely.
D4, knight F6, rook takes A4, knight takes E4, and black is
But
definitely
rook
for
is-
choice. Look at him go.
He's a pawn up, and he has the very, very powerful connected passers on H and G file.
And we also have other news in that Wesley So has defeated Jobava. So
Very important.
it's very important
victory.
for the form.
Yes, exactly. We get an very early insight to what kind of blitz form the players are in. And Magnus is just getting ready to push his pass pawn. A little
Almost
hesitation.
played the H5, knight G6 check.
Knight G6 check. That would have been a horrifying blunder for the world champion had he done that. And Vichy definitely on the back foot, trying to get some counterplay on the queen side with the move knight C5.
and
I like
grabbing
the
the
way
B7 pawn.
they blocked the pawn on B7, blocked the weakness on B7 with the move A5, A4, A5. Now preparing knight C5, and the pawn on B7 is going to fall. The question is who's going to be faster, and it seems like black might be faster.
Well, I didn't like this move
C6,
G4,
okay.
C6, just simply protecting the pawn, but I didn't like this move G4 because I thought that
Well,
D5 could have potentially getting rid of this pawn.
well, we have some
Rook
tricky
E2
moves
check.
played. Rook B6 is a very tricky move with the idea of A6 and
D5.
D5.
Yes. Knight takes B7. Knight C4. What is going on?
Is
Magnus is playing
technique
for-
failing him?
Well, Magnus is playing for a mating net with king, rook, knight, and pawn. But that is a very, very fast pawn on the A file. Oh boy! And
He
the
has a
players
huge
are
threat, knight E3.
30
yes.
seconds. 30 seconds to 20.
3 seconds,
Right.
25 seconds by Magnus, and we saw in the Paris that Magnus couldn't keep his nerves under control when he got to.
But guys, this mating net that Magnus is trying to weave is actually a very, very challenging one. And the players, big time troubles now. They'll play with the 3 second increment. Black's super active king
Rook to E5.
Okay.
forcibly reminds
Rook
me of
H.
that rook ending that they had in the World Championship at Chennai. G3.
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 No, he didn't play G3. He forgot about G3 and Rook A1. I think that was winning on the spot.
That was a huge mistake, guys, and I think White has the equality right now. After D5, D6, D7, this
Indeed.
should be...
Indeed.
Whoa, a big miss, a draw agreed, a
Wow.
big, big, big miss.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Big miss, just at the very end there.
Wait,
of-
No, I don't think it's a draw. It's a win because isn't this Lucina position?
No, because we got the pawn.
Magnus has won on time?
Magnus won.
Did he win
No,
on
this is
time?
the
Oh.
Lucina position.
Whoa. Something, I apologize to our viewers. D6 was a big error. We've got this pawn on the board. Keep the pawn either with rook D7 or rook F5. I think both would have probably drawn, but instead, this move, D6, blunders the game, rook E5 check. White will have to cross to the D line, and then you just pick up the white pawn. And Magnus, very nervy affair at the very end, and we saw
Right.
big swings between a draw and a win for Magnus.
And this is a well-known winning position for
For-
the attacker.
Exactly, for black. Well, whoa, let's get some results.
Yeah, let's get some results. So,
Wesley won his game.
We know
Wesley
Bashir won his game.
And-
So all the top 3 favorites have won their games and are still basically at the same scores as when they started the round.
Wow. Okay, I thought Magnus had blown it just at the very end there, but Vichy was the person who made the last mistake, and they were really down on their playing, keeping the increment. Well, it's not the increment,
it's the delay. It's the
Yes.
delay. And so let's go over to 11 with Maurice, and he has an interview with Nepomniachtchi, who won his game.
Certainly in a top position, trailing the leaders, but a fine blitz player himself, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, you won your game against Vasily. I was following this game. You stole a pawn, but he resigned in a position I'm pretty sure most blitz players would not resign.
Yeah, probably, but he was really low on time, so he had something like 20 seconds left, and it is not increment, it's delay, as you'll remember. So maybe, okay, personally, as for me, I wouldn't resign in this position. But of course, it's not a big problem to convert his pawn because it's very simple, like c5, and pawns are rolling forward.
What do you feel about your chances of making a dramatic comeback? We saw Maxime Vachier-Lagrave do a comeback in Paris. How are you feeling going into today?
Well, I'm really looking forward.
Looking forward. All right, we'll let you rest. We know the games are coming fast and furious, guys.
Thank you very much, Maurice. And just looking over the game of Wesley So, Jobova, he headhunted for White's king, and he tried to sacrifice a bishop. It simply didn't work, and Wesley reeled in the point very nicely.
No, he had played very fine before, so I think this sacrifice came as a desperation. But let's check out the results of round 1 in the Blitz.
And there you have it. You can see no draws, by the way. All decisive games.
No, but still in the lead with 15 points out of 19. It's a World Tour champion, Wesley So. And second place, NVL with 13 points. And third place, world champion Magnus Carlsen on 12.
The other 2 winners were Ian and Vladimir.
And Ian and, Vladimir, yes, right. So no draws.
No draws.
Very interesting.
And let's move over to Cristian. And Cristian, your thoughts on this first Blitz round?
A very explosive round, absolutely. We've seen Magnus Carlsen out-calculate Vichy Anand and get a huge advantage in the endgame, but then failed to use his brilliant technique and actually allowed Vichy back into the game. But the last blunder was for Vichy. Nevertheless, we see a little bit of a slump there in Magnus's play. We'll see if fatigue is playing an important role in these last 2 days. This is going to be an exciting Blitz event, guys. And I'm definitely looking forward to watching these top players. Wesley So, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen, NVL. Jan Nepomniachtchi is very powerful in this time format. So we'll wait and see. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven.
Well, the games were definitely very exciting. To see all those decisive games is really important for the tournament. We know that they all need points. Remember, it's only 1 point for every Blitz game, so they have to start racking up some points. Certainly, the leaders kept pace with each other. Also, Vladimir Kramnik won his game. He beat Anish Giri. Giri was near the top of the standings, so this is a critical result because he was in 4th place going into this round, looking for a chance to maybe make up some ground. A very tough way for him to start the day. He's going to have to see what he can do as the next round is set to begin.
Thank you, Maurice. And just before we go on our break, we have a special. What do the players think?
On their Blitz skills, which is very appropriate considering they're now playing Blitz.
Indeed.
The difference with Rapid and Classical is I think you have to be more alert and have more presence of mind because you have to react to whatever happens. In a classical game, you can do well, do badly, but that's 1 point. Here, you could be dealing with 9 points in a single day.
The secret is persistence and focus. For the players, we gotta keep our minds sharp and ready, and not to be distracted, and just focus on the goal of winning.
It's just energy and flow. That's the main thing. When you lose the flow, you lose the games.
First, you need to feel time in control. Second, you need to have good calculation. And third, you have to trust more your intuition.
Stamina and nerves are also very important. Every day is a long one, and there's a lot of turnarounds, and you have to emotionally distance yourself from these things.
Basically, it's about having good sleep, good recovery after previous day, to have a sharp mind. That's the main secret. I mean, if it's one day event, then it's a bit different, but in 4 or 5 even like here days event, this is decisive. If you are reasonably fresh every day, your chances increase enormously.
So you have to sort of immediately adjust to the time control. In Blitz, I think it's very important that you sort of feel the time without even looking at the clock. And I know some players do it well, and I see they just never look at the clock. They just know, I have 4 seconds, now I have like 4 seconds, and they just know it because they feel how fast they're moving.
You need to have more like tricky ideas. In a Blitz and a Rapid, you unleash an idea, and then it doesn't work. You don't have the time to perfect it. So you need a plan B in a Blitz and a Rapid to change the trend of an opening that doesn't work in this moment.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because... Should I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence, hello Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. g5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
and welcome back to round 2 of the Blitz, and it's been a dramatic first round as the players have get to grips with the unusual Blitz time control.
And 5 decisive results to get us started. It's it's everything we could possibly ask for. Cristian, what a start.
Well, you don't get a lot of draws in the Blitz events anyway, but these players are providing incredible chess. Very, very exciting, hot, fast and furious, absolutely. And Wesley So looks dominant so far. He's having a great start to this event, and if he can manage to keep the good work, then he's going to be the winner. But still, 18 rounds to go, or 17 rounds to go. Plenty of room left for error and for the other players to catch up.
The players getting ready, but shall we take a look at the pairings for round 2?
Indeed, let's do that right away.
And, well, as we can see, some interesting matchups. Badio Jobova versus Ian Nepomniachtchi, very, very talented Blitz player, is Ian. And Levon versus Vasily. Magnus versus Vladimir Kramnik. I'm excited for that one.
That's a big one, as is the MVL and Anish, but we're going to be focusing on
Wesley versus Vichy, yes.
Indeed, that will be our featured game in this round 2 of action. Vichy is still smarting because he realizes that he had a draw just at the end there with Magnus. He made the wrong move. He was playing a la tempo, and he crashed to defeat, whereas Wesley's got the wind in his sails. He won his first round.
And he has a 2-point lead.
And he has a 2-point lead.
He has a 2-point lead, which I think counts for something.
Yeah, it counts for a lot.
Especially if he's in form and feeling confident. So I think...
Well, we're worried about the form of the players. I must say I'm worried about my own form. In round 1, I managed to hang a piece with check. So our code word for such blunders is good morning, St. Louis. That was a goodie. Let's see, we can do better, in this case myself.
But we have to take into account that 2-point lead can evaporate really, really quickly.
So let's take a look at our standings. So in our lead with a 2-point lead with 15 points is 2016 Tour champion Grandmaster Wesley So. In clear second we have French Grandmaster MVL with 13 points, and then we have world champion Magnus Carlsen on 12 points. So yeah, the players are off, and let's follow.
Away they go.
Let's follow the games.
We have a Reti variation between Wesley and Vichy, very early E3, I wanted to say. And the players have quickly transposed into isolated queen pawn position.
It's like a reverse panel almost.
Yeah, and then very quickly Vichy played this move. Whoa.
That's a
very surprising move. Wesley giving up his bishop. I had expected him to drop back his bishop from b5, or simply put, no, knight c3, he takes on d4. But at the moment, quite an imbalance, and with this move knight c3, white is trying to get a clamp over the c5 square, and that was why we saw c5 by Vichy.
Very, very surprising decision to take. I'm very surprised by this all because this kind of contradicts everything I've learned.
Yes, and as a chess coach and teacher, you're telling your students, don't give up those bishops too soon.
If black manages to not lose a pawn in the next 5 to 10 moves, then at any moment d4 or c4 could potentially come, open up the bishops, and that's going to be bad news for white because the attack could potentially be deadly.
Exactly, and that's why you saw this very cagey move, knight on c3 to e2. Lovely opening up the bishop on b2. And I was about to say there's also those bishop takes h2 bishop sacrifices in the position. Now that the pawns are on g2 and g3, white has protected his king handsomely. But on the other hand, you said it very well just a moment ago, Cristian. If black manages to hang on to these, his hanging pawn structure, and retain the 2 bishops. I actually like black's position.
I like black's position a lot. I always found that the secret to playing these as black is just to not necessarily determine the pawn structure on this hanging pawns with d5 and c5 by pushing one of them, but just simply to enjoy your space advantage and, wait. White doesn't have too many great waiting moves after the natural rook ft1.
He's achieved his maximum, whereas black is actually looking to improve the position of his queen. Queen actually in these structures really belongs on the e6 square. Why the e6 square? Well, it has to do with the light square bishop on b7. And there's always that, it's hanging in the air, that d5, d4, and you want to be able to play bishop takes f3 and exploit the light squares.
Yes.
And white is going to try to put a lot of pressure on the c5 pawn, because that's the only pawn that he can attack. Rook c2, rook c1, bishop a3, try to gather as much force as possible around that pawn, and at the right moment, knight e1, knight e3, and exert as much force as possible. The problem with knight e1 is you're leaving the d4 square behind, so d4 could come, opening up the bishop on b7, and that could once again be problematic. So he has to time his knight transfer very, very well if he wants to be successful.
Okay, and I just see that the players are slowed down considerably from their early fast pace, and both players under 4 minutes. Once again, it's a 5 minute per player with the 3-second delay.
And here comes the H pawn. I love this.
Yes.
Very direct play.
Of course. With the center basically kept, right? Black is looking to break up white's kingside structure. Move h7, h5, actually, I think is geared against your knight.
Guys, we just saw a huge blunder.
A huge blunder after rook c7. Look at that pattern with the queen on b6, rook c7, rook d8. No.
And Vichy realized it right away, as did Wesley. Wesley jumped at that opportunity. Rook c7, bishop c3, and bishop a5 is on tap to skewer an exchange. And this move d5, d4 is a desperate
a5,
attempt.
potentially d takes e3, queen takes d8, bishop takes d8, bishop takes b6, e takes f2, king takes f2, a takes b6, and that looks like enough compensation with the two bishops.
But I can simply take...
So I have to capture first.
Capture first on d4, yes.
Yeah, and even if you go bishop takes and pawn takes and then move your queen, you're still, your rooks are still going to get skewered by this move bishop a5. The rook on, as you mentioned, d8 and c7, Jovi, they're not moving away in time. So d4, and we're expecting e takes d4. Let me just refresh my screen. I'm just going to take a quick look at, well, that's a weird game. But, ooh, a big error. Rook c7, a big error. And there we see it, e3 takes d4 by Wesley. Oh boy, what to say. We talked about what kind of form the players would be in coming to this opening, the opening games.
Yes.
Remember, they're playing 9 games of Blitz today and tomorrow. Vichy is recaptured, but bishop a5. Maurice in Leuven, what do you got for us, Maurice?
Know you're following that very exciting game. Just want a quick update on this one between Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik. Vlad played g5 in this position, signaling a desire to attack after a trade on this square. Knight back, b6, g3, stopping the knight from going to f4. I don't think so. Knight appeared on the square f4 anyway. If a capture occurs, of course, he could take with anything in this position. G takes f4. This bishop is trapped, and black has the attack on this side. So a sharp game happening there as well, but the players are indeed keeping the balance here in this position. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Jovi. And indeed, we have news. Wesley has defeated Vichy Anand. So after bishop a5, presumably there must have come resignation.
Indeed, that appears to be the case. Bishop a5, we would see the trade of rooks, but Vichy recognizing that after he moves his queen, again, I pointed out the queen really belongs on e6. It's over. You just take a rook, and you taking this pawn, and a huge blunder. But that's the nature of Blitz, and you have to put it behind you. You're going to expect in such a fast time control, you can't play perfectly. Cristian.
And especially at this level, you cannot afford one-move blunders like that one. Maybe at the 2500, 2600 level, Grandmaster can still not spot this type of little nuances. But at the 2800 level, that's just unexcusable. Let's look at the MVL game, which is in progress.
We have Anish Giri and MVL in a very unusual bishop ending. You don't see those double pawns on the A file and E file so much, but it looks to me like it's really balanced because the kingside majority, G5, means that you can't get active with your king. You can't just bring your king and support your majority. Rather, your king, that is to say the white king, the white...
Yeah.
Well, let's go to Maurice.
Yes, let's go to Maurice and Leuven.
Yes, guys, you guys are following that game while the computer is taking over right now, so I'm just going to go back a moment. Let me refresh so that we can look at this position. This is the game you should be following. Forget that bishop ending. In this position, we saw knight f4, b3, knight g6. So that was one knight sacrifice on f4. How many times do you see a second knight show up on the other square sacrificing itself? C takes d4, e takes d4, and now e5 by Magnus. They're saying this is triple zeros, even though black is down a piece. Of course, this bishop is going to go off the board. I'll let you guys take over from here.
Very sharp stuff going on that game. And we're back, key game, MVL. Oops, we got Vladimir Kramnik.
So,
well, let's stay with this one because I think that bishop ending is going to be a draw.
I would guess
and that was very helpful for Wesley, who maintains his lead. He's a great player when he's in pole position, and Magnus down to a minute 30 seconds to a minute 40.
Yeah, both sides have a minute and a half, roughly, thereabouts.
Oops, that's the wrong game for myself.
And
I think we have some moves on the board.
Absolutely.
Okay. After e5, queen f5 was played, yes, that is the position. That is the final position.
And there was a trade on f5, bishop recaptured, and then bishop g4 by Magnus. And
I like black's position. I like black's position. I don't like the pawn on e5 is a little bit weak. The bishop is very powerful in this type of open center positions.
Right.
Which
he just gave it away. He just gave it away.
You were about to
but the king can,
wind up
in defense of white, the king can march in, has an easy path into the center.
And if his white king gets to e4, by the way, which I think that would actually be over, because then there would be the follow-up f4.
This is a play for two results, because I can always just take on e5.
Agreed.
I have to agree. King f3, you better take on e5.
Take on e5 now.
Take
right.
E5, yeah.
You may not get that opportunity again, which he has done, and they're going to go into...
Wait,
what? Knight takes c4,
yeah.
b takes c4, we have rook...
What if I just go rook d8 and then I preserve my pawn? Isn't that the winning position?
Is this king and pawn ending?
Winning?
Maybe
rook
not, because
d8,
you're going rook king
takes,
d5.
Rook takes, king takes, and be careful.
Yeah.
c5, pardon me, c6 can run into c5.
Right.
c5, absolutely.
And that would be a winning king and pawn endgame for white.
We see how important king centralization is in pawn, in any type of endgames.
After the recapture on c4, has Vladimir gone into a think here? Is that the current situation?
Yes.
Okay, so Vladimir, I think with the move rook c5, preserves everything, game's very, very even. But he's trying to fathom those king and pawn endgames, what you were saying, Cristian, rook d8, and just
a question. If
yes,
he
please.
goes rook c5...
rook c5, yes.
Okay, white will obviously recapture rook.
King
Well, king
takes or
takes or
rook
rook
takes.
takes. Okay, it doesn't...
The
doesn't
jury's
quite,
out?
Yeah, the jury's out. And here I was thinking white can start using his pawn majority with f4. Meanwhile, the black ones are not quite
well, I'm going to
use.
play f6, you're going to play f4, I'm going to bring my king to the center, and I'm hoping that these two guys will block.
Jam them up, yeah.
Those three guys and the three guys on the king side, queen side are being jammed up by white's pawns on a4 and c4. That's why I thought it was going to be a draw.
Yes. Okay, well, white has to time his rook d7 check, I think, very carefully
And
as
we
well.
do have some moves on the board.
Okay,
I will refresh my board.
Yep.
And we're right back in it. And we did see the move rook c5 and rook takes d4, and we do have a similar position. c7, c6 was Vladimir's last move, and that's an excellent move as he's seeking a passed pawn of his own, liquidating 4 pawns on the queen side, but he'll be left with a passed a-pawn.
Look at the times.
If he manages to play d5,
25 seconds.
He's going to have the better side of the equality
exactly.
in this position. With the passed a-pawn, very, very dangerous. And the structure, white structure on the king side is not as healthy.
Correct. That's a pawn on g3. And we're seeing a repetition at the moment. Vladimir as you say, has the sunny side of the torture, slight edge, but is it enough? And will he want to play for a win when he's down to a mere 17 seconds?
There's
a
our
draw,
answer.
agreed. Well, a beautiful round for Wesley So, who wins.
He was given a gift.
He was given a gift,
It was,
and both of his nearest rivals drop with a draw.
Right.
Wow.
Oh.
And Ian.
Deep time trouble. Deep time trouble.
And again, poor Jovova looks to have lost. And let's go back to that bishop ending. I thought it was a draw, but the players are definitely...
Hey,
look at that.
Look at the clock time, 7 seconds versus 52.
But it's 3 versus... No, pardon me.
It's 3 versus 2.
Yeah, that draw.
It is a draw.
What are the players doing?
Well, White still has a pawn up, and he could potentially try to defend maybe the e3. Okay, it's it's a double pawn, but it's very important that I have the pawn on e5. So now bishop c3. Okay, bishop c7 has to be played.
But there's no entry for White.
Yes, it doesn't seem like there is any entry. I'm just going to keep my king on c6, blocking everything, and
a draw will shortly be agreed.
Yeah.
And do we have any results for the Vasily and the Levon versus Vasily?
I didn't see it. But let's go over to Maurice with Wesley So.
Right.
Well, Levon did beat Vasily Ivanchuk. He got a big advantage right out of the opening, and he just kept milking it until he won an exchange and got a dominant position there. So Vasily Ivanchuk not faring very well, but someone who is absolutely faring well is Wesley So. Yeah. Wesley, it's not every day you get to play bishop c3 and win an exchange against a former world champion.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts when you realized, whoa, this is a real mistake on his part?
Yeah, it's really surprising because one move earlier, the position was completely equal, more or less. And then just one move, and then black's just losing by force. But it's typical in chess. That's why you have to be very careful every game move, especially in Blitz when you have very little time. You can ruin a very good position with just one blunder and turn the game over.
Your rivals only drew. You won to extend your lead. Yeah. I guess you got your rest last night.
Yeah, I tried to get my rest every night. Yeah, I didn't go out, didn't party. I bet you did, but I didn't.
No, I didn't actually. I took your advice and got some sleep too.
Okay, well that's why I feel very energetic. But the point is, in these Blitz games, things happen so quickly. Just one game keeps popping out of another. So it's time to move on to the next game.
All right, we'll let you do that. Time to move on. As the bells toll here in Leuven, time for round 3 coming up soon.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, it's about form, and Wesley is a great pole player. When he's in the lead, and we saw it in the whole Grand Chess Tour last year, he gets in the lead, he takes his opportunities, and bang, he maintains it and he's clear first.
Yes, let's check out the results.
Well, we saw a few draws this round.
Yes, and so Grand Tour champion of 2016, Wesley So managed to extend his lead. He's now on a combined score of 16 points. In clear second still is MVL with 13.5 points, and still in third place is world champion Magnus Carlsen with 12.5 points. Climbing, you know, on fourth place is Ian Nepomniachtchi, someone that Grandmaster Nigel Short said was one to watch. So, yeah.
And he was right on that. And poor Jovova, he had a terrible outing in Rapid, and he's not doing any better in Blitz.
No.
Well.
Let's go to Cristian for some final thoughts.
Well, guys, I'm definitely impressed with the way Wesley So is playing up to this point. But let's not forget, this is not the end of the tournament. There's still a lot of games left. And we've seen Magnus Carlsen in Paris starting off with 4 wins out of his first 4 games in the Blitz section, and then completely collapsed towards the end. So anything can happen. This is a very, very exciting time format. Things can change very, very quickly, so we're looking forward to the next couple of runs.
Absolutely. And let's just take a peek at
At our next round pairings. Well, we have Vishy Anand versus Badura Jebova, both guys who are a bit luckless at the minute. And we have Vladimir Kramnik versus Wesley So. And the game that perhaps is most exciting of them all, MVL versus Magnus Carlsen, number 2 versus number 3, our world champion.
And a rematch, of course, of their tiebreak from
course,
Paris
yes.
just a week ago.
Vasily,
so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yes, we definitely will. We have Vasily Ivanchuk versus Anish Giri and Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Levon Oronian, who needs to start, he's one of our picks. He needs to start picking up some points.
And he's been losing ground. And Ian also galloping with 2-0 out of the box out of these 9 rounds.
So we'll have a short break and then we'll be back for round 4.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides, upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides, houses full of magic, some with butterflies, gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Welcome back to round 3 of the Blitz format. Hey, we've had some exciting 2 rounds, haven't we?
Indeed we have. All decisive round 1, couple of draws in round 2 as we get ready for round 3 of this 9-game Blitz on Saturday. Let's take a look at our featured matchups for round 3. Jovi, what do we have?
Well, we are going to be focusing on MVL, which is ranked currently in 2nd place, versus world champion Magnus Carlsen, who is ranked now 3rd place. And here are the other pairings. So we have Vichy Anand versus Badur Jova, both players been a little bit luckless, I would say. Indeed. And then we have Vladimir Kramnik versus our tour leader, well, Leuven tour leader so far, Wesley So, and then we have our key matchup, MVL versus Magnus, and Vasily Ivanchuk versus Anish Giri. Very interesting.
And indeed, Ian versus Levon. Ian also starting with 2-0, just as Wesley has begun. That's a key game to keep our eye on. But these two gentlemen, just a week and a half ago, were playing a tiebreaker in Paris. And Magnus got the better of the Frenchman in that match. And I think Magnus just played brilliantly in the tiebreaker. If he plays true to that form, well, he could.
But interestingly enough, he actually lost both his games to MVL in the Blitz in Paris.
Wow, interesting. I didn't notice that. Cristian, over to you.
And we remember the last game when MVL sacrificed the queen in the Najdorf. That was an explosive game. These two players seem to be developing some sort of rivalry for the past couple of weeks. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they have in store of us.
The players, as you can see,
well, we had the same problems.
Whipped out 3 moves. And the clock had not begun.
We had the same problems in the studio in our match.
And,
players taking the cue from us. Well, we do have a Berlin, and I was about to say, we haven't seen a Berlin. Whoa, that's not the Berlin ending that we're used to seeing. The move Bishop E7 came very quickly, but everybody and his brother has been playing Knight D6 in that specific position. And this is not the transposition that we're used to seeing.
So do you think the point is that the bishop will take the queen?
Absolutely. You like having that, how do you say, castling option in hand. And after queen takes d8, bishop takes d8, it's very nice when black can sometimes castle queenside.
No, I feel this was a mistake from white. I think after bishop e7, you have to take on e5 first, instead of rook e1 and forcing knight d6 and entering the main line with the extra bishop e7 and rook e1 moves on the board, which are very, very favorable for black because of this extra option of bishop takes d8. I feel Magnus has tricked his young opponent.
Indeed he has. And they were playing a la tempo. So, I mean, in Blitz, you know, sometimes you get on that little sneaky move that your opponent hadn't expected, and you forget the move order. And indeed, we saw the recapture with the bishop, and now we have bishop g5.
Very interesting, isn't it? Just to swap off bishops, try to eliminate the trump, one of the trumps that black has in the position, the bishop pair.
Indeed.
But now I have a feeling knight d4 might be an interesting move.
No?
No?
Well,
not just yet. Well,
but knight d4 perhaps now.
Knight d4 now.
That's a very pretty move. The reason is because e6 is a... Oh, I thought he was going to play bishop. E6 is the best square for black's knight. Not only does it blockade the pawn, but the knight on e6 really covers nicely these important f4, c5, d4 squares, and we see it in this way, bishop f5.
Yes, some beautiful coordination, you know, because you could expect perhaps knight e6, but there's blocks in the bishop instead. He
and look at that knight
bishop,
on a3. That's that knight looks forlorn over there, and castles long was black's threat, hence rook a to d1, and quite frankly, this is more or less the model position that black wants to achieve in this Berlin ending, and it was that hiccup early that didn't give MVL the usual pluses that white is supposed to get in this ending. So Magnus looking very good at this exact moment.
The problem is white's knights are not very coordinated, they're not playing for the same goals, and they are hanging a little bit in the air. They don't have any outposts. While black's pieces are very coordinated, they're focused on one side of the board, and that knight on e6 ready to move at any time and allow the king to go to e6 and potentially attack the pawn on e5. Another very important aspect is that if we exchange the rooks, the king is going to be very, very close to the center. The black king is going to be very close to the center. The white king still very far away. So I definitely like the quality of black's pieces much more than white's.
So we
but there is one tricky move here, and it was SA, knight a5. Hitting both b7 and c6.
Yeah, this is what I was just going to mention. And we see the reaction of Magnus. Simply just to trade a set of rooks and then defend the pawn with.
Yeah, but that knight on a5 is kind of irritating because it's not so easy to chase. You can play c5, c6, c5, followed by b6. Then it's the c6 square. From white's point of view, he's got to use his majority. I think he's got to play f3, king f2, king e3, f4. Okay, knight e2 going for f4 right away.
I think maybe a more inspired decision instead of rook b8 could have been knight to d8, and then with the idea to play b6, c5 and transfer the knight to c6.
Agreed.
But
and here we do see the move c6, c5, maybe with the very same idea.
Maybe.
Knight d8. But careful, after knight d8 and b6, I can still play rook takes.
Rook takes d8.
Yeah.
d8. And then I'm
with a rook on b8.
Yes.
Well, MVL is sorry, guys. He's played f3 with the idea, I guess, of king f2, king e3, and then start expanding.
Exactly.
But it's very difficult to utilize this pawn majority on the king side because I guess also black could respond with g5 at the correct time and.
Well, this is the ending. This precise type of ending, I want to say, has been debated basically since 2000 and the World Championship match between Vladimir and Gary. And, you know, you talk to somebody like Hikaru Nakamura and he'll just say, draw. The end game's a draw. And, you know, for those years, the elite players have been showing that black has great resources.
And I like the idea of f3 because you're also taking away the e4 square from the bishop. And the bishop e4 was actually a threat because after f3 in that position, b6 could have been a potential move. F takes e4, take the bishop, b takes a5, and with the b file open, the double pawns on the e file for white, that could have been a good version for black. So f3, very precise move by Vashier.
And by the way, I really like this move, rook d8 by Magnus, because as you were mentioning, Cristian, the knight swinging over to c6 and the king coming to e6 will actually put a great deal of pressure on this e5 pawn, which at the moment stands potentially quite vulnerable to just the king marching up the board. And
so
did we have the move king f2?
We did have the move king f2,
yes. Yes, indeed. So, bishop b1. Provoking, coaxing move a2, a3.
I'm just wondering whether the knight is trapped after some ridiculous move like bishop a2.
I think
you bishop a2,
yeah. Covering these very key retreating squares, and Magnus.
But he's ready to play knight c1.
Knight c1, right?
Knight c1. Well, you were mentioning the bishop should transfer perhaps to e4, and Magnus.
I think you want to keep that bishop a2 in store. Right. Perhaps maybe play.
I still like the move king e6, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just play king e6.
And he has played king. Whoops.
No.
He has. No. Let me just king e6. Let me get that move in, and that's the position we have on the board. Knight c4, g5.
Beautiful move.
Indeed, just preventing knight f4, and by the way. Similar ideas of just attacking that knight on c4.
And can the pawn be defended after knight c6?
Good question. And also after bishop a2.
Oh, bishop a2, yes.
Bishop a2, knight d2. And if you take my pawn on e5, I have a feeling your bishop is going to get trapped after a move such as c4 and then knight c1 immediately. Or b3 even, because c4 you still have the move b5. But perhaps knight c6. I really like knight c6.
Yeah. Yes, and indeed you were right. Knight c6, f4. Now MVL trying desperately, I should say, to cling to his pawn. But once again, bishop a2, how would that go? You're saying bishop a2, knight d2, takes on f4 with check. Yes, well, this looks like a very good move to me.
But then I will take with the knight on f4, and if you take king takes c5, I have the move knight to d3 check. You will have to play king d5 to defend your pawn on c5, and
Yes.
I believe b3 once again might somehow trap that bishop.
Well,
b3 c4.
Yeah, and why can't black play c4 after b3?
Excuse me, actually I'm going to play c4 in
Bishop
that position.
a2.
We have seen bishop a2, we have seen knight
Played.
d2. The players have caught up with us. And bishop d5 primero, first. Now, what's
But now
the
can go
story of
G3.
g3? G3, so that I can recapture the pawn on f4 and keep the e5 pawn protected. Did Magnus mistime something there? And he played it very quickly. Notice that Magnus is behind almost a minute on the clock. Funnily enough, actually, in this position, MVL is considering his options. He seems reluctant to play g3. What alternatives are you
Knight
seeing,
e4.
Jovi? Which one?
Knight e4. I
Knight
think it's an interesting
E4.
move.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so after knight e4, if I take on with a check?
Then I'm going to take
with a check.
On f4 with a check.
King takes e5.
Knight takes c5.
Knight takes c5. Simple like truth. Well, let me just refresh my...
g3 was
Well,
played.
G3 was played, so...
There was a little bit of a thing, but eventually MVL settled for what we thought was the standard move, by the way. Yeah.
And one way MVL is so dominant in this time control is that he plays very, very fast, and he builds a differential on his opponent, and it's very difficult to come back from like being 1 minute down on the clock and having to play everything, having to take every decision in a matter of 1-2 seconds.
But that minute advantage certainly got frittered away in these last two moves, g3 and knight e4. For some reason, there was a big think there that knight e7 coming to the f5 square, and woo,
He's lashed
G4.
out, G4, so...
Well, let us have a look-see on that.
I don't understand that move.
Pawn takes
Takes pawn.
check.
Knight takes.
What else? King takes walks into knight g6. So knight takes, king takes e5, asking.
And
why
then
did you give the
and
pawn?
then king knight d3, king e6, knight f4, and we're just going to see a draw.
So we in
A
fact have a
breaking
result.
news.
We are Wesley So, Vladimir Kramnik versus Wesley So that's ended in a draw.
Okay, very important game there for our standings. And after bishop c6, wow, the play is coming fast and furious. World champion Magnus Carlsen down 20 seconds on the clock. He has won the pawn on e5, but at the cost of ceding white a passed h-pawn. I was about to say hg5, knight g5 looks good for white, but this move knight f4, being able to blockade with the knight on h8. Ooh. It sure seems to be like Magnus, whether the position is better for him or not, is the one playing for a win.
Absolutely.
Is he justified in this decision? Look at Magnus. He's hovering over the c4 pawn, but we have seen a trade, and there's a c4 check. Ooh. Magnus has won a piece, but it's not over by any means, because king b5, king a6 is on tap for white. And this knight is going to have to stay at home, guarding the h-pawn.
Right.
So if I play h7, what's...
h7, knight g6. Of course.
The knight is on f4.
But we can throw an
h4 first, threatening h5. The knight's going to be trapped in the... Oh, why?
g5 has to be played and exchange the last pawn, but the problem is c6, very, very powerful move.
Okay. Whoa. I think Magnus, He's very close to winning.
I think he's going to win because the white king can't break through unless there's some.
Well, he's going to.
Knight takes g6.
Knight takes g6.
That's a little.
Oh, there's a knight. Look, guys, knight e5 check, because you've got knight f7 when you need to come back.
I don't
But
like this
king
move.
d4.
I don't like this move.
Well, you take on
But the
b5.
king-
What? Oh, king e6.
Pawn takes pawn.
Yeah.
The players both playing on seconds. Can you see
Yes.
that? 6.
a6 check. King d4, knight f7. a5, king d6. c4. But now.
This is a win.
This is.
Is it a win?
Is it a win?
Yes, it is.
Maybe.
No, I'm not sure.
No, because
Maybe
the
not.
problem is after king d3, if you play king b4 as played, white's king goes after the a pawn. What's the queen and pawn ending?
It's winning.
It's winning.
a3, take the
And
knight,
wins.
a2, king g8,
Yes.
a1.
Ooh, huge victory for Magnus. That sure puts a wind in his sails as he reels
exactly.
MVL back. Well, okay.
Oh.
Wow, I really thought that
thought it was-
MVL was actually better there. Let's just go back to what I thought was a critical moment. We'll do it very quickly. We got to these parts, and this move, h4, I think that was actually the wrong move. I think he should have just played h7 right away and brought his king over to, take as many pawns as you can.
But I guess black will dash for the
The G4 pawn, and so I'll make you take as much time.
Right.
No, you're right, Jovi.
Yep.
That's just a win for
very
black.
quick march up the board.
Wow. Well, very dramatic game here. Let's go to Maurice and get his thoughts on this dramatic round 3.
I love night endings. Nice endings. I do a lot of compositions around night endings, and the knight is the trickiest piece. And the A pawn, H pawn, always the issue in these games. And in this one, we had a situation where this knight is challenged. Now, I remember giving a study to one, Garry Kasparov, and I spent 3 hours doing the study, and when I told him the study, he spent about 10 seconds and solved it, which was not exactly a very, let's just say, good for me, to my ego anyway, because he was able to instantly tell what the situation was with this knight. In this position, king e3, going after the knight would have saved the tempo. A very hard move for him to find with the seconds ticking on the clock, because now it's just in time. This king is going to get there just fast enough, and you see here it's going to be a rook and pawn ending, so it would have been a draw, but too fast, everything happening too quickly in the game, and Magnus Carlsen was able to win.
Thank you,
you.
Maurice. Indeed, some beautiful studies with those night endings. But wow, another decisive round.
Yeah,
3
three
out of the
decisive.
5 games were
Three decisive games.
Well, before we get to the results, Cristian, share your thoughts.
Well, what a game we had, and King E3, as shown by Maurice, that was such a difficult move to find, with the idea that you have to circle around the knight. King F4, King E4 is not possible because of knight G5. That was just a study-like position, and with a couple of seconds on the clock, that's just simply impossible to find for a human being. So I'm seeing Magnus Carlsen very confident. He's playing fast. He's putting a lot of pressure on his opponents. Wesley So drew his game, so Magnus Carlsen is half a point closer to Wesley right now, but he's still very far away. So Wesley So definitely dominant performance so far. We'll see if he can manage to keep it up.
Nice, Cristian. Good save.
And let's look at the results. So, of course,
There we have it.
Grandmaster Wesley So is still in the lead with a combined score of 16.5. Now it's a tie for second place. So world champion Magnus Carlsen has caught up with second,
MVL.
yes, MVL.
But
And
still
both of them
3 points. Both of them are still
13.5,
whole
yes.
3 points behind.
Tied for fourth, we have again Ian Pomniachi and Anish Giri, both on 11.5 points. And this, we're going to go over to 11 with Maurice, who has Magnus Carlsen.
We're with world champion Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, this was a crazy game. What were your thoughts about it as you were playing?
No, it was very tough. Maybe I'm just thinking right now. Could I go to H4 instead?
Looks.
It still says Drew and draw. Okay.
All right.
Okay. No, yeah, it was tough. I mean, I tricked him in the opening, so I was better early on, but it was very hard to make something of it. And yeah, finally I managed to get this position with the extra knight. But it was.
It's Blitz.
Yeah, it's Blitz, and it was shit scary, to be honest, with his pass pawns and his king coming on the queen side. But yeah, finally I managed to trick him.
You are behind in Paris. You were ahead at this stage. What does it take to catch the leader?
I have to play much better than I did then, and but the start has been good point-wise, and hopefully I'll get into more of a rhythm as well.
All right. We'll give you a chance to rest. Thanks for the game.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Magnus.
And the chess brain is always working, trying to think, where could I have improved?
Exactly.
Could I have saved it? So.
Yeah, but he had Magnus had exactly the same impression as I did, which was, okay, crazy.
Yes.
Crazy. I mean, am I taking a risk? Am I losing? Am I ahead? And then, he keeps reflecting. Maybe there was something more in the position.
Well, exactly. It's very scary, like you said, to face this h-pawn, this advance, because while this h-pawn was on h7, it was tying down this knight, and those things balanced each other out. So, yeah, very well. Kudos to him.
Nice. And let's take a look at our featured pairings for the next round of play, round 4 in fact.
So we have Badura Jobova, who's still on 1 point. He's not had a great time in the Blitz either. So he's facing Levon Aronian, Anish Giri versus Ian Nepomniachtchi. Very uncompromising. I don't expect that to be a draw. And then, of course, we have world champion Magnus Carlsen facing off Vasily Ivanchuk, who is, incidentally, the world rapid champion.
Exactly. Not the world Blitz champion, but then our featured game for round 4 is going to clearly be between Wesley, our tournament leader, and MVL, who share second place.
Correct. And we'll go back to Maurice in Leuven with Maurice and a very special guest,
Garry
Kasparov.
Well, I got to pinch myself because I get to interview Magnus Carlsen. I get to work with World Championship candidate Nigel Short. And, of course, I get to interview right after that Garry Kasparov. Garry, it's an honor. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You've been following this tournament so far. After 3 rounds today with the Blitz, what do you see?
We knew it would be the 3-man race. It's Wesley, Magnus, and Maxime. I think it's a very important victory for Magnus. Remember that he lost 2 games to MVL in Paris in Blitz. So now it was important for him to change this tide and also to catch up because he was 1 point behind after Rapid. Now he's tying with Wesley, still 3 points behind.
Tying with Maxime.
But tying with Maxime, but in Blitz tying with Wesley, still 3 points behind, 3 points behind Wesley. I don't see again any other interference in this race. But Magnus was very confident. It's a very interesting game and a game of nerves. So it's ups and downs. And eventually Maxime missed quite an easy draw. But when I say easy draw, it's when I sit here with Nigel, when we can move the pieces in the comfort of this great hall. But of course, when you have a few seconds to go, it's very hard. So it seems to me that now we have to watch Magnus playing with growing confidence, and we know that he can win many games in a row. So I still think it's an open contest.
3 points though for Wesley. Wesley seems so calm right now.
Yeah, but
like
Wesley,
he's not troubled in any of his games.
Look, again, it's just definitely 3 points ahead. Now Wesley plays Maxime next round. We'll see what happens. If Wesley wins that game, that will be a very serious a bid for winning the 11th leg of Grand Chess Tour. Now, but still, again, I would not write off Magnus because he can win many games. There's still 2 games with Wesley, and we'll see what happens. No matter what, it's going to be a very exciting event, and we had 3 great days with Rapid Chess, and even more exciting, though, a bit too hectic and too fast with Blitz.
All right, well, we'll keep you here.
Yes,
I know you're
I'm
enjoying
enjoying
this as
immensely.
well, and I'm enjoying it for sure, guys. We will be back with round 4 and more with Gary Kasparov right after this.
Well, it seemed to
Wow.
me like Gary was really enjoying himself.
Exactly.
Wasn't
Well,
he?
you heard him. He predicts a three-way race, and
That's how it's shaping up to be, right? The
Yes.
3-horse race. But we do have a wonderful agenda and lots more chess coming your way this summer from St. Louis. We're kicking off our next event here at the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center July 26th through 29th with a completely new event, Jovi.
it's the match of the millennials. So 8 American players will face the best juniors from around the world. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. And look
wondering
at that prize fund, $30,000 for a junior event.
And all of this will be streamed on our usual channel at uschesschamps.com. And then comes the Sinkville Cup, the Grand Chess Tour. Our favorite event.
It moves. The circus moves here. So yeah, between July the 31st and August the 12th, you'll see all the full Grand Tour participants playing a classical time control here. With this time, there's a huge prize fund of $300,000. It's doubled.
And the players will hardly get to be able to catch their breath because immediately following the Sinkville Cup will be a Rapids and Blitz tournament, just a repeat of the same formats we've been witnessing in Paris and Leuven. That will be August 13th through the 20th. And then finally, the Grand Chess Tour ends with the London Chess Classic.
Of course, in my hometown. From November the 30th, December 11th, it'll be a classical event. So again, with a huge prize fund there.
Well, of $300,000, but of course, the total prize money in the whole tour is $1.2 million, with a lovely bonus for first prize of
$100,000. Second place bonus, $50,000. It's a big difference, between the two. So I expect the competition to be very fierce over that one.
And that's why we're seeing such fierce competition here in Leuven. Well, let's go back to Cristian for a moment to check in with you.
Yeah.
Cristian, what do you got for us?
Well, I'm very excited about the next game between Wesley So and MVL. As Gary was mentioning, if Wesley wins that game, that will be a huge statement. Very, very exciting round to go. We have Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, the battle of the former world champions, huge one. And Badur Jabava, he needs to get on the scorecard in this tournament as well. He started off with 0 out of 3 games. I believe Vasily Ivanchuk is on the same path. So those two players, they need to gear up and get ready to face these monsters, because you simply cannot just lose every single game. You have to score some points. And Yane Pomniachtchi, very, very powerful player, versus Anish Giri, another explosive roundup. So I'm looking forward to round number 4. Let's go to Maurice.
No, I was just about to say, to pick up. Again, I look at these matchups and I'm just like, Vishy, Anand, Vladimir Kramnik. Remember 2008 Bonn? What a world championship match they had. It was actually Vishy taking the measure of Vladimir in that match, thanks to his victory with the black pieces.
Right, but this tournament we've seen Vladimir Kramnik take complete control over Vishy.
In that,
insofar here.
Well, I tell you, every match, every round has some great matchups. And, well, we're going to be watching in round 4, I mean the matchup between Wesley and MBL, because that's number 1.
Yes, that's
number 2.
Yes, of course, we have to keep an eye on that
I want to hear your prediction on that one, guys.
MBL.
Wesley.
Wesley.
Wesley, okay.
Wesley it is.
You can tell the Americans.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oops.
We'll cancel the Christmas present. Yeah. No Christmas presents for Jovi. No, but it's intriguing to me that in this great tournament, you'll have a situation where 3 players are galloping and everybody else is just struggling for form, and it also surprises me that all 3 players coming from Paris. I really expected 1, perhaps 2 of them to have a letdown because of the physical demands that the players, all the stress, all the tension
But
that was on them.
But these guys, I think, are very fit to begin with. I think, Magnus Carlsen is...
He prides himself
on being one of the fittest grandmasters on the circuit.
Absolutely.
Wesley and MVL, they're very young as well. They can cope with this kind of pressures. Yeah, I think it would be a little bit more difficult for the older generation. But I thought practice would help because it is such an unusual time control. I know in the States they're very used to playing with delay, but in Europe they're not. And you have to get yourself into a certain frame. And in Paris they had the experience of playing under pressure with this time control. It's okay to practice at home, but at home it doesn't really count, and you don't really feel the same tension as you would in a real life event.
Right. Well,
and Wesley has taken his seat. He's ready to battle.
And here we have it, the tournament leader, Wesley So, on the left, up against Maxime Bouchard-Lagrave on the right. Again, Wesley leading the competition at this stage by 3 points. MVL wants to reel Wesley back into the pack, and let's see if he can do it. Predictions for the opening? Knight F3.
Knight F3.
Wesley is staying true to his ready. How about you, Cristian?
Yes,
actually,
I'm expecting some unusual concepts by Wesley.
I need to get my PGN file updated here, so let's just see how I'm supposed to do that. I'm definitely technology challenged. Jovi, you may have to come to my rescue.
Yeah, I'm also technologically challenged as well.
It takes a special talent.
It does.
We'll get...
But I definitely think it will be a Reti because you don't really want to be facing MVL's Grunfeld. He knows so much. He's very skilled on this. You can sidestep these Grunfeld lines by playing some kind of anti-Grunfeld with Knight F3 and C4.
Yes, exactly. And especially because Wesley also is a Grunfeld player himself.
Knight F3 was played, Knight F6.
C4.
C5.
Quickly C5, not the G6 Grunfeld that we had expected, but C5.
I was hoping for an anti-Grunfeld.
So 4 knights and a repeat of perhaps of the Queen's Gambit decline position, or Queen's Gambit accepted position that we saw earlier in the Rapids. Very quickly, knight takes D5. Knight takes D5. Not settling for an isolated queen pawn position quite yet. Bishop D3. All very standard theoretical moves by the two players. And I noticed both are playing very quickly, just barely under 5 minutes. The 3-second delay.
Wesley is very experienced in these structures. I've analyzed his C4 quite a lot because I was also preparing C4 for my own repertoire. And Wesley So was one of my labeled players to follow. And he's very experienced. He has a lot of confidence in his understanding and a lot of novelties on tap for sure.
And what's the story here, Cristian, after E4?
That's a good question, and that's exactly what...
Because I'm thinking that black usually recaptures E6 takes D5, and I'm thinking E4, queen goes somewhere, let's say D6, D5.
Correct.
You could also take on C5, try to take advantage of the queen's positioning, which was a practical decision, but D5
The problem with D5, I think it was E takes D5, E takes D5, and then I'm going to put my knight on D4, block that D file, and I feel like your pawn on D5 is going to fall, the first one. So Wesley did take on C5, queen takes C5, now we have very symmetrical pawn structure, but my pieces are a little bit faster than yours. Bishop E3 came with tempo, queen A5, A3, preparing B4, B5, constructing some sort of cage around black's pieces, and we'll see if black manages to get his bishop out from C8, put his rook on the central files, and if that happens, then he's going to equalize. If he doesn't do that, then he's going to have huge problems.
Well, thank you, Cristian. And as we know, in an open position, open positions are defined where essentially 4 pawns, 2 pawns each have been traded. The player who's better developed in the open position has the advantage. Black still has to bring his bishop on C8 as well as his rook on A8 into play, and we can see just a better development at this exact moment for white. Change of knights, queen
queen d4. I think this weakness of this bishop being undeveloped on c8 is going to start to tell, because the queen is getting moved around.
It's getting booted.
It's getting booted around left, right, and center.
Now I'm going to put my rook on d1.
Yeah,
exactly.
I want to change my mind. Can I?
The problem, I can still not play bishop d7 because I will play a move such as bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
Indeed. And that would cost black material. So bishop d7 is not on tap.
After bishop d7, even e5 could potentially be an idea.
No. Sorry, I just got to clear my board because that's an echo of the analysis.
And another thing,
G6. No. Black is falling far too behind in development for this to work. E4, E5, and bishop E4, just a very, very pleasant advantage now for Wesley. Also, ideas like queen G3 with a sneaky bishop E5 type of ideas, very difficult in Blitz to play the correct defense.
I really like your e5. It comes with tempo as well, but bishop takes g6 is threatened. He will have to retreat the queen yet again.
Too many.
Bishop
f1. No.
It's a funny move because it's basically asking black, where do you want to move your queen? If you go to f6, I'll get e5. If you go to g7, I'll go queen e3, eyeballing both the a7 pawn, but more importantly, the h6 square. And that is indeed what Wesley played.
This rook is in trouble, isn't it?
And I was going to say, if you make the mistake of g5, I'll play bishop c7, essentially freezing black's rooks. And now MVL's bishop on c8, should it ever move, I'm going to go rook d7, b7, b6 played, e4, e5 on tap.
I like MVL's g5. He needs to look for counterplay. Otherwise, if he would stand still, the position is simply just lost. I mean, you're not going to get your pieces out in time, and white is just going to have his way with you. But g5 definitely asks some question. Bishop c7, very nice spot by you, Yasser. b6, again, if he manages to get that bishop out to b7 and not experience any unpleasantries along the way, then he's going to have a decent position. Unfortunately, that's easier to say than not.
Well, I got to say, I dispute that because wonderful, yay, big applause. You got your bishop off the back rank. But I'm going to play f2, f3. Your bishop off the back rank on b7 is biting on granite on this e4, f3 structure. And I'm thinking, okay, bishop b7, rook d7.
Yeah, exactly.
Hitting the bishop.
That's the problem.
You know, there's these ideas of e5 and bishop d6 to also consider. Not a pleasant position for MVL.
I really dislike this position. Like,
but he had to play
rook d7.
You can't just sit there with your pieces on the back rank. But now, rook d7 came very quickly, rook e8.
I think this pawn on g5 will prove to be a weakness. I really don't think that there's going to be a source of counterplay at all.
Okay, bishop takes b6. Obviously, Wesley playing for opposite color bishop middle game, and he's happy to snip a pawn, and now he's looking to get the hogs on the 7th rank.
Yes.
Bishop d6, important to cover the c7 square, pardon me.
Also
way,
to get away
a
from...
little tricky.
Yes.
If I go g3, bishop f4. Oh, that's cruel.
Let's go over to Maurice for a quick thought.
All right.
Just a quick update on the game with the world champion. Magnus Carlsen is now up a pawn. He's up this past b pawn. Sorry, the pawns are the same, but this pawn is going to prove the bane of black's existence because it's rushing down the board. The move knight takes was played, and in this position, well, sorry, it was one move before this. Let me update my board because Magnus has actually won the game in this position. Going back just 2 moves, queen a7, bishop f5, b6. He took on d5, was a blunder, and queen to a2, pinning the knight to the king, hitting the bishop on b2. Magnus showing his stuff on a roll. As Gary Kasparov said, he can win a bunch of games, one game after the other. So he's definitely making his bid as he tries to chase down Wesley So.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank
but
you.
we've had a shocking oversight by Wesley So. He just missed that after bishop d6, there was a skewer. Very much an echo of his game with Vishy Anand,
Right.
where there was an exchange, loss of an exchange due to a bishop. Cristian, I'm really
Huge
stunned by
development.
that miss. It was basically here when Wesley thought he was snacking on a free pawn. Rook takes b6, bishop f4. Oops.
Was this an oversight? Was it
dead?
planned?
It has to be. It has to be. Black is
because
now
in fact,
alive
Wesley's
and kicking.
not only alive and kicking. White is losing the a3 pawn, I believe. I don't.
Yeah, because
Hold
after
on.
queen.
Maybe I can go queen e3 still,
Queen
defending
E3.
the
Queen
pawn
E3.
on a3, but rook
Yes.
c3 is coming right
But
now.
this,
Yeah, rook
this
C3.
was the problem. Rook c3, right? The queen
No, those two rooks are
protects.
off.
And by the way, should White lose control of the first rank, the bishop on f1 will be pinned. This was a huge swing.
Well, to be
allowing
honest,
bishop
I
f4.
wasn't impressed with the move bishop takes b6. Allowing to enter this type of position with opposite colored bishops is not the most optimal way to convert your advantage. The bishop on c7 was a very powerful piece, restricting black's rooks. And I think that was the mistake that led to all these problems.
Okay, let me
Well, we have
refresh
some
my
further
board.
moves.
I'm looking at the webcam there. Oops. And Wesley has indeed lost his a3 pawn. He's managed to push his pawn to b5, protected by the bishop on f1, but that's not the key. The key is that it's a good exchange.
Beautiful move.
I like that.
Queen e5 guarding against rook b8, and now all that's left is to go rook down to the
first
rank.
And also giving luft to the king when needed. And just as you're saying, Jovi, White is facing
Rook A1?
Rook A1 will be
Rook
played
A1
next.
and Rook C1, and it's over, folks. This will be the
Queen
first
d7 is going to be played,
loss.
I think, but
I think
some
think
sort of
after-
checkmate should come.
Isn't rook takes f1?
Yes.
Yes.
And then after king e2, queen takes
E4.
So we're just looking at White would love to play this move, Queen d7, with a double attack against the rook as well as the f7 pawn, but both of you have found simple refutation in rook takes, king takes, and rook check. And queen takes e4 is on tap. Let me refresh my board.
H4
and
was
Wesley really going into the tank here, guys. Down a minute and a half on the clock, but it's about the position.
And
Rook
is-
c1.
Is there a
C1.
way to save this after rook
No.
c1? Any
No, it's going to be
desperado sacrifices a la MVL?
No, I don't see him. I tell you, Rook C1, material and attack for MVL, and I think that will clinch
That
the
was-
game.
You know, but very sad because Wesley had played beautifully up until then, and MVL was really in big trouble.
On the back foot, yes. That's the nature of Blitz, how quickly two moves can change a position, winning position to a
I
lost
wasn't
position.
expecting that one, but the queen on d2 can't really move without.
Well, you know, Rook C1 was just begging to be played, but guess what? F4, Queen C5, Wesley had seen enough. Threw in the towel, he's losing his bishop on F1, and a huge result for our scoreboard. Cristian,
And this
what
is
did we just witness?
This is the nature of Blitz, and we've seen Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. His trademark in the past couple of weeks is his resilience. He's such a resilient player. He finds every single resource on the board, and you're going to have huge problems converting against him because always he's going to create new threats, new counterattacks. G5, Bishop B7 allowed White to make decisions at every single after every single move, and that's very difficult to do with only 5 minutes on the clock.
Thank you.
Let's go to another game, another important game between the former two world champions Viswanathan Anand and Vladimir Kramnik.
All right, and those players seem to be deep in the late middle game, early end game. What have
Looks
we
like
got?
an end game.
It looks like an end game to me.
Exactly.
The
And
material
the
is
clocks
level.
are down, the players are down to 30 seconds and 19 seconds.
I like that
respectively.
B pawn.
I also like this rook on a5 as well, combined with your protect your passed pawn on b4.
I love that rook on the A file. On A file, I love the lateral action, and there goes a pawn.
And then knight d5, I would assume?
I think once again we'll see Vladimir Kramnik emerge superior. Okay, well he's setting some little traps. So obviously you have to be. You have
knight
to be
e3 though. Knight e3 with the idea to
Right.
take on g5 or take on c4.
Knight e3 looks wonderful. Yeah, and he did it.
Oh.
And there goes the g pawn as well. Rook takes g5 on the board, and Vichy converting.
Yeah,
looks to
Vichy's-
be
all the
very
pawns are
nicely.
falling. All the pawns are falling.
It's definitely a pawn grabbing time. And
Yep.
look at that.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh,
Is that
hang on a
4
second.
versus none?
Yes.
That's not what we call a structure, right? Who has the better structure?
But at the time,
There's no
but look at the
structure.
There's no
time.
competition.
What is
Vichy is thinking to 3 seconds.
No.
5 seconds.
Ooh. Well,
Let's not
that's
forget, we have the delay. So as long as he doesn't blunder a rook in one move, then I think...
which we have seen.
Which-
I remember on the Grand Chess Tour last year, Vladimir Kramnik blundered a rook on one move, but now everything's going cruising. Bishop d4. Vichy in great shape as he's nursing a 4-pawn advantage. And of course, the only reason Vladimir is continuing the game is because of that time trouble by Vichy. You notice there, Vichy, just those tricky knights, you just don't want to fall for a fork. Ooh, knight c3. Yes.
I see some problems.
Ooh,
I see some
knight b6.
problems.
Oh, you did. Why didn't he go d7?
And this is just pure panic from the players. But I think, yeah, no.
Oh my gosh. Vichy was up
4 became
pawns.
2.
4 became 2.
No, but this
Check. And we take.
Knight c6
knight
or
c6.
Check.
Check.
rook e7?
Rookies.
No.
No.
No,
Vichy,
this
what
is-
is Vichy doing?
Oh!
He fell for
Oh,
the
no!
No, you can't take because of d7. And it's a queen. Oh, no!
You can. It's a
Oh,
knight.
he knighted. Oh,
It's a
oh.
Lost on
knight.
time. No.
Somebody
lost on
crazy
time.
has happened. We don't know. Oh, Vichy
It's a
has
draw.
got a
I
big
think
smile.
it's a draw.
Everybody's got big
It's
smiles.
a draw because he couldn't promote to a queen because of the fork.
Correct. Oh my goodness.
I think somebody lost on time.
No, it's a draw.
Draw. We think
We
it's
think
a
it's a
draw,
draw.
but we're going to have to get confirmation. What a wild affair that one was. I thought Vichy was promoting the pawn to the queen, but then there was like a knight, and I had this. Hikaru Nakamura promoting his pawn to a knight, which he ended up losing.
But it just goes to show this time control. You need the practice.
Four connected pawns. Unbelievable.
Well, let's go to Leuven with Maurice.
Oh my.
Well, we are with Maxime Bachir-Legrave, who did what he had to do and win a game against a tournament leader. The game was not pretty. I mean, there were some challenges in this one, but you managed to win anyway.
I mean, it was just very lucky because my position is just busted after 15 moves, as usual, apparently. But, yeah, somewhere around here, I think, I mean, any move wins, yeah. I mean, it's tempting to go for a pawn, but this one, I mean, it just really is strange because it gives me all sorts of counterplay. I mean, opposite colored bishops, I mean, his pawns become weak. I didn't really understand. I mean, pass would be a better move, that's for sure.
Wow. It's Blitz, though, and we saw you do a big comeback in Paris. You have to make a big comeback now, a big step, beating the tournament leader.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also I actually think I played better in the game before against Magnus, even though I lost. But okay. This is Blitz, yeah.
This is indeed Blitz. All right, get your rest for the next round.
Thank you, Maurice.
Guys,
before we go on a break, I just wanted to go to this critical position. You heard MBL himself state he's busted after 15 moves.
Yeah, he was busted.
At this position, bishop takes b6, a move you, Cristian, cited as a strange error. I was just wondering what you were going to do as black after a simple move bishop g3 with the threat of rook c1, c7. It looks wonderful for white, and if that simple retreat, we would maybe be talking about a 4-point advantage instead of a 2-point lead for Wesley So. Cristian.
No, absolutely. Bishop g3 would have been winning on the spot. The only retreat for black is bishop to c8. But now I can just simply play a rook d to c7, maintain my composure, maintain my my pressure on your position, Bishop b5 is a big threat, and whenever you move your rook, first of all, your bishop is going to be defenseless, and also I have the move bishop c6 to attack your rook on 8. All your pieces are just in big trouble, and this would have been the game over, basically. But bishop takes b6, a misjudgment by Wesley, which allowed a lot of counterplay. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven with Garry Kasparov.
Well, all of us are being entertained, and you're getting quite a big laugh from the crowd here as well. Gary, it's Blitz.
It is Blitz. And I had some kind of relief when Wesley blundered this exchange, because I blundered 2 nights against him last year. So it was some sort of a compensation. Not only people of my age make this kind of blunders, even he collapsed under pressure. I believe it was huge pressure because he was completely winning. He had more time. And I think for the moment he relaxed, thinking, okay, I'm winning. MVL is sort of out of the contest. I'll just have to think about Magnus. Probably he was thinking already how I would play Magnus because I'm maintaining the same lead, 3 points lead. But before clock has stopped, game is not over. And he played inaccurately. Maxime found a way to complicate game. Bishop d6, very nice move, tricky move, activate his bishop. And then Wesley made a terrible blunder. Happens in Blitz.
How, now that he's blundered, he's been just effortless so far, no hiccups whatsoever. Now this blunder, do you think he's going to recuperate quickly? Because Blitz, it's game after game after game. Sometimes one loss can keep going.
We'll see. By the way, it's important. First of all, we should be grateful for him for sort of creating more drama. Because we have 3 players.
I'm sure he's not grateful.
No. We're talking about us. We are spectators, so we're great. Second is this is a test. You remember in Paris, Magnus lost 3 games in a row in Blitz, and eventually MVL overtook him, but then they tied, and Magnus had to play the tie break, and he showed the character. Now this is a big test for Wesley. So he has Magnus behind him and MVL behind him. He has to recover after this terrible blunder. The competition is I think it's all bets are off. He's 2 points ahead, but in Blitz with so many rounds to go and with 2 games against Magnus, I say it's an open field. So we'll see how we can manage under such a big pressure.
Well, we will see, and glad you could join us as things are getting very exciting here in Leuven.
Thank you, and thank you, Gary. I agree. But let's take a look at our current tournament standings to see what that lead has shrunk to. Jovi.
So in first place, still in the lead, is Grandmaster Wesley So with 16.5 points. Now it's a tie for second with Magnus Carlsen and MVL both on 14.5 points. Again, it is a tie for fourth place between Ian Pomniachi and Anish Giri, both on 12 points. So let's have a look at the pairings for round 5. And wow.
Every time, all my mouth-watering matchups all the time. Nepo,
Carlsen, that's the one we have to watch.
We have to, because Ian is, as mentioned, a Blitz specialist. Magnus in good form, needing a victory to keep the pressure on Wesley. Wesley will look at Vasil across the board and say, mate, you've got the target on your back.
Exactly. Well, indeed, Vasil has lost all his games so far. As has Badura Jovova. So our wild cards are not doing so well, actually.
Yeah. And your final thoughts before we take a quick break, Cristian?
When the sharks smell blood, then it's all over, and Wesley So is going to try to do just that against Vasily Ivanchuk. He has to win. He has to recuperate after such a dramatic loss against Bashir Lagrave. If he doesn't manage to do that, if he allows a slip against Vasily Ivanchuk, then the pressure is going to mount and mount and mount. The head rush is going to start, and it's going to be very, very difficult to catch up from that. So very important game for Wesley, very important game for Magnus, who's facing his former second, Jan Nepomniachtchi, a very powerful Blitz player. It's going to be an exciting round. But first, let's just take a break.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so interesting round so far, but we'll catch up on the action for round 5.
See you on the other side.
Welcome back to round 5 of the Your Next Move Blitz.
Yes, indeed. And I always look at that playing hall and I just think how marvelous it is. And we have been treated to an absolute spectacle. I thought Paris was amazing. This tournament in Leuven has equaled what I thought was an extraordinary event. And we have a key matchup of this 5th round game. Jovi, what?
It's between Ian Nepomniachtchi versus world champion Magnus Carlsen and winner of the Paris event. So,
and there's our round matchups.
And yeah, interesting is MVL versus Vishy Anand, who's been very luckless. And I'm being kind there with luckless.
Well, when you're 4 pawns up and you don't win, that's saying a lot. And
Yes.
The game of we're keeping our eyes on as well. Vasily versus Wesley. Wesley, a 2-point lead. It could have been as much as 4.
Right.
Yeah,
But Vasily has a target on his back. He's lost all his games so far in Blitz.
Ooh.
Whether he has the temperament to recover, I'm not sure.
We'll see if he can change the tide as round is just about getting underway. I see Levon trash talking.
I think, and Giri, I think both of them are involved in some trash talking.
Of course, and Levon is the king of trash talking. Christian, have you ever gotten a chance to play a little Blitz with Levon? He can take you down.
Only a backhouse.
Only in the backhouse.
And he's very strong in backhouse.
He is. He's scary strong.
I remember trash talking. He was trash talking Alejandro quite badly. He was calling him a little chicken. And, it was pretty bad. He's a good trash talker.
Yeah, but Anish can get as good as he gives. I mean, I
definitely.
see in the Twitter sphere that.
I got the impression that those two were trash talking to Ian.
There we have it.
And
And
we
the
have-
key matchup, a
Oh,
Scotch.
no, it's a center.
No, center
the
counter. I was expecting knight f3. We have a center counter on
How
our...
do you counter this, Yasser? I usually go knight f6, knight c6, and then bishop before d6.
Well, of course, you start with knight c6. Oh, you're saying after queen e3, knight f6.
Knight f6, I think,
Knight
is the
c3.
right move. Knight c3, bishop before.
Right, bishop
Right.
d2. That's the way...
It's a long variation, and sometimes white gives
Yes.
up a pawn.
Yes.
The pawn on e4 and tries to build up an attack on the king side. It's actually not trivial, the defense.
And by the way, we have seen bishop b4 check. I think that actually is a
This
little
a
bit more precise. And Magnus Carlsen showing some precision in his openings as he really caught MVL in the opening that
Yeah,
Berlin.
he did. Yeah, you saw
Yeah.
how he tricked him. But
And
it's
that-
interesting decision. Do you go into someone's...
Whoa.
And
queen
right now,
f4.
black can capture that pawn.
Okay.
Bishop takes e3, bishop takes e3, knight takes e4. But the position again is not that easy.
I'm used to seeing bishop c4 and f3 and things like that. The move queen f4 for me is a big surprise. Christian, what do you know about this move?
Well, once again, Yasser, I did analyze this quite a long time ago, and I remember the basic plans. But queen f4, there's a couple of ways you can sacrifice that pawn and try to gain the initiative on the king side. It's not as easy to defend, and especially with
e4. Oh
Yeah,
my!
yeah.
Rook takes e4. I thought that fell into bishop takes f6, but rook takes e4 was the move. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm just going to have to refresh my board. Apologies, everyone. Rook takes e4. Now queen g3.
If you take on f6, rook takes f4, bishop takes d8, knight takes d8, and I'm pawn up,
Exactly.
entering the endgame, which is very, very nice.
And okay, so Ian, happily a pawn down. Dare I say happily, because he's aimed for this position.
Well, yes.
In the immortal words of Grandmaster Larry Evans, what you got for the pawn?
I'm not sure. But, well, I think maybe a knight will
Bishop
come
f5.
I'm going to play knight f4.
Knight f4 and then...
Bishop f5 to be able to sink the bishop back on the g6
Okay, then I go...
a5.
A5.
If
Okay,
you,
knight
put your,
f4.
if you put your bishop on g6, I'm always going to have h4, h5,
Right.
and your bishop on g6 is going to be displaced quite easily.
Okay, so knight f4, eyeballing an opportunity to perhaps win back the pawn with bishop takes f6 and knight takes
well,
d5.
there is a direct threat, actually, of knight takes d5.
So let's just start with the move d5, d4. Not necessarily threatening to capture the bishop, but trying to
Knight
avoid
b4
the
was
threat.
played. Knight
Knight
b4.
b4. Okay. Magnus using his A pawn to post his knight on b4.
Does this force this forces king b1, I think?
If we go king b1, now bishop f5 takes on a certain urgency, thanks to the pawn on c2. But is there a choice to king b1? Because knight takes a2 check will fork king and bishop and win a pawn.
I guess the other option is just to
Take on f6.
recover the material, but...
How about bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and only in this case a3? If the knight was forced to drop back, and I'm not saying it is,
but, maybe
then I'll capture this pawn. Intriguing.
I'm not sure if I'm forced to retreat with my knight. Perhaps
That's
I can.
The whole
yeah, that was the.
Yeah, that was the moment. Well, I just, by the way, point out to the viewers, we have an engine bar just on the extreme left side of the border, and you see that at the moment the engine doesn't like this move, bishop f6. It considered something else. But bishop f6, I didn't like king a1, so bishop f6 was s8, and now...
What about bishop f5?
Bishop f5 offering a piece.
It's very tempting.
It certainly is.
So let's go to Maurice in Leuven for a Wesley So update. Maybe he can tell us
Help us
what's
out.
happened now.
Well, in just seconds, these players got to this position. It took just about a little over a minute for Ivanchuk Wesley to get to this game, and this looks like it's just going to be an academic draw. So Wesley riding the ship after a bad loss in the last round, and he'll pick up his half a point pretty much with ease.
Wow.
That
Rook
was-
ending just
Just
snap.
like that. Fabulous.
Snap. And have we seen the move bishop f5 by Magnus?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh. Throwing down the gauntlet, big challenge. And I tell you, I would be scared, but on the other hand, I kind of feel, well, if I don't take this knight,
But if
Then
you
you're
take
just going
it,
to be a
then...
but unfortunately this is, and we do have a result.
Yeah, we do have a result. Wesley has indeed drawn his game against Vasily, which means that Vasily now is on the Blitz scoreboard with half a point.
Thank goodness for that.
Wesley is still maintaining his lead.
Wow.
Well,
okay, so
check this variation out.
Yes,
guys.
please.
So if you
Listen.
take on b4, I take back. King to b1 to
Uh-oh.
defend against rook a1.
Yes.
b3.
Taking advantage of the
Bishop d3.
Yes.
Yes.
And now I'm going to essay this interesting move, queen to a6.
The
Does that work?
No.
Well, the threat of
No.
mate.
No,
But I do. Whoa.
No, you can actually take, because the rook on h1 is defending your rook on d1.
Ah, yes, indeed. Thank you. So queen a6 would not work, but in this position, I do have the feeling that
Maybe
there
take
is-
on c2.
How about rook a2?
How about
rook a1?
How about b5? No. Okay, rook a1.
a1.
How about rook
king
a1? B takes c2.
No, b takes c2. Yeah. Oh.
What? Oh,
no,
sorry.
no.
That's our analysis, folks. I apologize as the computer enjoys moving the pieces unexpectedly.
And Jan took the piece.
Well,
Wow.
again, I understand the. I understand the problems for Nepo, but according to our chess engine, White's dead.
No,
Look,
it's not
the thermometer bar,
King, King b1 probably
has
has to.
just been disappeared. It's just disappeared. Rook a1 check, queen takes b2 is the winning mating threat on the board. What on earth?
I think we're
has-
going to see the move bishop d3, but the problem is, as you mentioned, guys, rook a1, king d2, queen takes b2, and right now if
Exactly.
you take my rook on a1, queen c3, and your king is caged on those two lines, the C
Exactly.
and the
Right,
D
because
line.
there will be just be a shuffling of the
Yeah.
queen with queen takes rook check, and then it goes back
Back.
to c3 when the king is on c1, the other
Exactly.
rook. It's not looking good. So I think king.
But down a minute and a half on the clock is Nepa, but more
Maybe knight.
importantly, the position itself just doesn't offer. You were about to say
He's
knight
very-
takes d5, but rook a1 check.
No, I was about to say knight d3, but that doesn't help.
Doesn't
knight
help
takes
either.
d5.
Knight takes d5 is aimed at restricting the queen because you're controlling the c3 square.
Right.
Well, Magnus has an opportunity to win back his sacrifice piece, and he'll be pawn to the good with queen d4. or play for the mating attack with queen takes b2, and that's precisely what the world champion did. He played the move queen takes b2, and Nepo, despite being a piece ahead, is
the problem
lost.
is queen takes c2 is coming. Rook takes a1 is not a possibility because queen takes c2 is a checkmate.
On the spot. Queen takes c2 is a checkmate on the spot. We have queen takes c7 guarding that threat, but rook
This is
takes
checkmate
d1.
in 3 moves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rook
and
takes
it's
d1,
over.
king takes d1, queen b1.
Yes, indeed. And just as you were about to point out, Christian, let me steal your thunder. Queen e1 checkmate would have been the result.
What a disappointing game for Ian Nepomniachtchi.
Wow.
What a waste of a white.
Ooh. Big result.
We do
Joe
have
B.
big result. MVL, who was tied for second, has
With
gone
Magnus.
with Magnus. Yes, has gone down. Has lost to Vishy Anand with white. So MVL had the white pieces.
Wow.
Wow, that was very unexpected.
And I was going to say that this game, for me, left me shaking my head because it seemed almost the moment Magnus won the pawn, rook takes e4, he was in cruise control, and bad loss, I'm simply going to say, by Ian. And we've got a game. We've got a game underway. Let's tune in to these two players.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the position.
Yes, indeed.
We're trying to bring up the position. Ah, okay, and
we have Anish Giri. It looks to be a pawn down with a superior minor piece for white.
I'm surprised at this decision to go queen to
d8,
queen to
forcing the
d8
queen.
because there was a lot of nice squares. What happened?
Something has happened. I can't
No,
believe
I'm
the
not-
players would have agreed to
No,
a
there's-
draw. I think there must be an
must be
issue with the
some-
equipment. Yes.
Yes, there is.
So I think, well, it appears that Levon was just asking the arbiter a question. The arbiter confirmed whatever the question was about, and we have this ending. What some players have taken to call the Bobby Fischer ending. Bobby loved to play rook and bishop versus rook and knight. He had many fine technical victories with that combination of pieces.
Is this?
I love it for white.
You think white has
really do.
really serious winning chances?
I do. I think that you're going to go king g3, f3, and h4,
Right.
and you're eventually going to establish a pawn, a pass pawn on the king side, because the knight on e5 is great, okay? But if you imagine the pawn on h4, gh4, king h4, you will always get to play f2, f4, give that beautiful beast on e5 the boot, and white will take over. h4, I think, is the move that Levon has prepared.
Great intuition there, yes. And as you can see, the knight doesn't actually have too many squares.
Not when it gets the boot. And furthermore, if white needs any other pluses to go with his extra pawn, the king is marching towards...
Bishop c4, rook e4, king h5, king g6. That
Yep.
should be completely winning.
Exactly,
And
exactly so.
Yes, of course, yes. You just put your king on g6 and then march the pawns up the board, yeah.
You know, experienced grandmasters, their intuition, their knowledge, it's sort of like, how do they know all of this stuff? I mean, like, they just have this awareness and understanding about the game of chess that sometimes, you know, just causes amateur players to shake their heads. And instantly, Levon understood and intuited this ending. Bobby Fischer was actually a very popular figure in the old Soviet Union. You might not have thought it, but I remember a lot of the Soviet players telling me how deeply they had studied Bobby's games. Levon, I didn't think it was necessary for him to actually lose the a-pawn. I liked your rook e4 establishment, but unfortunately for Anish, he's losing the g7 pawn, he's losing the f6 pawn.
Well, the a7 pawn is very far as well. I mean, in a race between a7 and f5, f5 is obviously going to win.
Exactly so. And the best Anish is going to be able to do is pick up the f3 pawn, not the g2 pawn, but only the f3 pawn. After g4, followed by rook g7 and king f6, there's going to be a handshake, because all of these, the two connected pass pawns by white will win the day. And like you say, the A pawn's way too slow. The rook will swing to A7. Oh, this is coming with a check, and there we have a handshake.
Very nicely done. With
technique.
Seconds on the clock as well. Very nice.
Brilliant.
Let's go to Maurice in Leuven. He has an interview with Vishy, actually.
We're with five-time world champion Viswanathan Anand. And Vishy, you won a critical game here against MVL, one of the tournament leaders. You're out of the running at this moment anyway. It looks mathematically very difficult. Does it give you some satisfaction playing spoiler?
No, but it gives me satisfaction winning. I mean, I was happy just to finish it today. Let's put it that way.
You made a big point about the delay. It's something that you're not used to playing with, and you said that you don't realize that the 3 seconds are actually built in, so you're going very fast. You haven't adjusted to it yet.
Yes, against Vladdy, I mean, I just, for some reason, just refused to stop and think. I mean, 3 seconds is not much, but it's enough to have not lost all my pawns. Which is why I don't think Lebon will mess up.
He's won the game. Yeah, he did win the game. So that's been a challenge so far. The rest of the tournament, you clearly have a lot of rounds to go. What are your thoughts moving forward?
I don't really have any thoughts. I just play each game, and I'll take it from there.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Good luck in the rest.
Sure.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. We still have a game in progress, by the way. We kind of tuned out there, not realizing that Vladimir Kramnik is still trying to reel in the point against the luckless.
Badur, he's lost all his games in Blitz, and it looks like
he's about to lose another one, actually.
A fifth.
Yes. 2 pawns to the good is Vladimir Kramnik, although I didn't like that last move by Vladimir. I thought he was just going to go king c5 and nurse things, but again, the two-pawn advantage should be more than enough. And especially after you get rid of the bishops.
And now the rook will get behind the b pawn, and it will be resign time.
I can see you're a great coach. Kids, get your rooks behind your passed pawns, and that's all she wrote.
And it's the Olympic gold medals for Badur.
Yes.
5 losses in a row.
Ooh, 5 losses in a row. We used to say when you lost 3 games in a row, you were making a long queenside castling move. Oh boy. Cristian, your thoughts, please.
Well, Wesley So seems to be playing a little bit too conservative because he chose a drawish variation against the bloodied Vasily Ivanchuk, who had lost all his games before this one, and he allowed an easy draw for Vasily. That shouldn't be the right approach, because Magnus Carlsen is reeling in the points. He's gaining momentum, and you don't want the world champion breathing down your neck going into the final day. This is going to be a hot race, and I see Magnus Carlsen playing with full confidence. He's definitely on a roll, and we'll see if he can manage to keep it up. Let's go back to Leuven with Maurice and Gary Kasparov.
Yes, we are with a man who knew how to take a lead and keep it. Gary, are you concerned for Wesley that maybe he's playing a bit too conservatively at this stage? Is he going to allow someone like Magnus to start chasing him and maybe even catching him?
It's not someone like Magnus, it's for Magnus. it's very clear that Magnus is now playing his best game. So he in his best element. He already won 4 out of 5, so just 4 games. And Wesley is ahead just a point and a half. This lead can disappear even today because they play. That will be one of the crucial games. And Wesley needs to do more than just trying to preserve his lead. Because Magnus will win many games. That's very clear. And unless Wesley keeps winning, or he beats Magnus, or at least he holds him in round 8. So we can see probably Magnus already getting even close, or even taking over by the end of the day. And of course we have the next day tomorrow, and with Magnus in such a great shape and with such a great confidence, I think that he looks more like a potential winner of the event.
Wow, calling it already for Magnus.
Looks like, because we talk about Magnus Carlsen. It's so many rounds to go. We have, 13 rounds to go. But so far, we see MVL is not doing great. So his game is very feeble. Nobody else is even close. So it's more or less is between Magnus and Wesley. Though, again, I would wait 1 or 2 more rounds to see if MVL can come back. Because remember, in Paris, he won many games in a row. So there's still a competition, but so far, Magnus shows best confidence of all these 3.
All right, thank you very much for those thoughts. Spoken from a world champion about another world champion. Guys, back to you.
Thank you,
Thank
Maurice.
you. Showing a preference for Magnus Carlsen, I think.
Well, it's easy to do that. Let's take a look at the standings.
Definitely. Let's have a look at our leaderboard. And in first place, as we saw, Grandmaster Wesley So with a combined score of 17 points after his draw against Vasily. After his win against Nepomniachtchi,
the gap has
the
closed
gap
to
has
a
closed to
point
and a half. So not
Magnus
that
Carlsen
far
in
away.
clear second. And Levon creeps up.
Yes.
As does Vladimir Kramnik. There's kind of a tussle there in the middle of the score table, but definitely still a 3-horse race, and Wesley So in pole position.
And let's take it round 6 pairings. Oh, well, we have
Magnus Levon.
Magnus Levon. So Levon making a last dash.
Yeah,
Blitz.
well, coming into Paris and Leuven, Levon was the hottest player, winning on home turf in Norway against Magnus. Magnus may be looking at Levon and having a lot of reasons wanting to win that game. And Ian, after just disappointing his fans horribly up against Wesley, suddenly Magnus is saying, come on, Ian, play your best, play your best.
And of course, can MVL recover from his unexpected loss against Vishianen and try and beat another former world champion? He's up against Vladimir Kramnik.
And let's see, after 5 rounds of Blitz, shall we challenge ourselves to pick a new winner for the tournament? Ladies first.
I'm going to stay the same.
You've been Magnus throughout.
I've been Magnus.
It feels wrong for me to change horses. I've been with Magnus throughout, but I tell you, when I see Wesley So playing, even though he just had a little hiccup, I'm going to switch horses. I'm going to go with Wesley. Cristian.
I'm definitely keeping my pick, Magnus Carlsen, for the win. I feel Wesley So's stock is at the moment balancing a little bit. It's shot right up, and right now it's balancing. I don't see him winning a lot of games. I don't like his conservative approach, so I'm going to go with Magnus. Let's ask Maurice as well.
Well, who am I to argue with world champion Garry Kasparov? But frankly, just looking at the way Magnus is playing now, it reminds you of him in his top form. The way he just won that last game was just spankalicious. I mean, come on, he's playing chess like that. What are you supposed to do? Sacking pieces, mating guys in under 20 moves. He's looking like he's in dominant form right now. I remember in Norway chess when he just kept winning and winning and winning. And I remember one of the grandmasters saying that Magnus has the stupid ability to win a lot of games in a row. And that's exactly what he's doing now. So my pick has got to be Magnus.
Thank you, Maurice. Super califragilistic,
expialidocious, yes.
Spankadilicious?
Spankalicious, yes.
Yeah, well, wonderful. Well, we have a short break in store. See you on the other side.
For round 6. Welcome back to round 6 of the Your Next Move Blitz.
Yeah, indeed, and we're having another one of those tournaments which you just can't explain. Decisive games abounding everywhere, and the race for first is tightening up. A 1.5 gap separates Wesley So in first.
Between Magnus Carlsen.
And world champion Magnus Carlsen giving chase. He will be white in this game against Levon Aronian, and he'll be looking to try to close the lead. And
Exactly.
Here we have our
And here we have some other Blitz matchups in round 6. We have Badur Jebova, who's yet to score a point when he's facing Anish Giri.
the only man who gave him a draw in the Rapids.
You're quite right. And we have Grandmaster Wesley So facing off against Ian Nepomniachtchi, who had a horrible last round against Magnus Carlsen. Absolutely. Anyway.
Vladimir Kramnik versus MBL. Also, MBL still very much in the hunt there. And you see Levon and Vladimir also in the top half.
Right, and so taking a look at the leaderboard, we see that Wesley So is still in the lead with his combined score of 17 points. And world champion Magnus Carlsen not that far behind, 15.5 points.
Certainly within reach with all of the games still to be played.
Exactly.
And there they are at the board. Christian, your thoughts going into this game between Magnus and Levon, a game we'll be concentrating on.
One key difference I see in Magnus Carlsen is his body posture. I remember him relaxing in Paris, looking a little bit fatigued. Right now he's in the zone. He has his head in his hands. He's ready for war. He's focused, fully focused, and nothing seems to be stopping him right now.
Well, certainly it wasn't Ian in that last game where Magnus was black. He just went through him like a hot knife through soft butter. His opponent, however, Levon Aronian, has had very decent results in all formats, whether it be classical, blitz, and rapid. Certainly a formidable opponent. It's about form, and we're about to find out, is Levon up to the task, up to the challenge, I should say, that he's facing.
And
Whoa, very quick decisions.
Very quick, yes, very unexpected. Of course, we have to remind ourselves that in their match in the rapid chess,
yes,
Magnus did beat Levon quite convincingly. Well, I would say convincingly, even though there was a move at the end where Levon could have saved the game. But still, it wasn't an impressive outing for Levon.
Okay, so we have a kind of a Czech Benoni. An opening, by the way, a defense, I should say, that I have some partiality towards. Black has actually blocked up the center with his pawns on c5 and e5 and d6, a kind of triangle wedge of pawns in the center. White has a little bit more space. His two bishops on e2 and d2 make a woeful impression. Usually in this variation, White already has a pawn on c4 and quite a number of moves in White's favor. Because White played the London system with bishop f4, then dropped back, he's lost 2 tempi, and I don't see any problems at all at this exact moment for Black. I'll play g6, knight g7, f5, and I will be faster than in a standard King's Indian type of... Ooh, king h8. That's not the move that Levon is supposed to play in that exact position. The move that I like to play as Black is bishop g5. I seek to trade those dark square bishops. King h8.
What I'm worried about bishop g5 is actually bishop takes g5 and then immediately jumping with the knight on c4 and b5. And it seems like you're having some difficulties defending that d6 pawn. King h8, I think, is aimed at the idea of perhaps playing knight f6, knight g8, and reeling back that bishop from h6. Nevertheless, this is a little bit of a different version than what you were talking, especially because of the fact the pawn is on c2 and not on c4.
Well, h4, a very ambitious move indeed by Magnus. Always when you play such moves as h2, h4, even as attractive as they appear at the time, you always have to ask yourself the question, where am I keeping my king? Or where is my king going? Normally after a move like h4, it's not going king side, which leaves the only other two options, the center or queen side. With the pawn on a4.
Here I would say the center. I mean, I don't think...
Knight f6, by the way, was played.
Full steam, full throttle ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, h5. Okay, so now the question is, how does Levon want to answer this? Normally speaking, you're happy playing knight g8, but after the immediate takes, knight takes h6, rook takes h6, an exchange sacrifice in the works now for Levon. He's just played knight takes h5. In case of bishop takes h5, you're basically forced to play knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes. Now, white has just gotten rid of the both bishops, but I don't think that this is full compensation, even though it was probably obligatory. Again, I'm not a big fan of Levon's move king h8. This is the current position, as Magnus is tempted to maybe make an exchange sacrifice himself.
And it's happening.
He played bishop takes h5 as expected, and no bishop takes f8. What did he play instead? Or did he?
No, queen takes f8, g3 was played.
G3 has been played.
Okay, so as expected, he did go for the... I thought that rook takes h5, not capturing the bishop, was also a tempting option. But g2, g3, keep the knight out of f4.
I feel they're both playing very practical chess. And Black definitely had to give up the exchange, otherwise he would have fallen under severe pressure on the king side. And that king on h8, surrounded by Black, by the bishop on h6, the queen potentially coming via d2 after a move such as knight c4, that would have been trouble on the h file for Black. And I think Aronian definitely took the practical decision, sacrificing the exchange, getting the dark square bishop, and right now we'll see if Magnus manages to convert his material advantage, or if the dark square bishop is going to get active and actually start creating problems for white. Let's go to Maurice in Leuven, because we have a quick update on what Wesley is doing.
Well, Yannick Pomniachtchi is playing like a man possessed right now. Wesley So trying to right the ship and get a good position from which to win with. Jan is saying, I just want to crush you. And he played this line, g5, bishop h2, g4, marching the pawn down the board. And after bishop to f4, bishop d7, they made a couple of solid moves for Wesley. And now knight to h4 on the board, knight back, takes, knight g6. And if you thought one pawn demonstration on the king side was anything, f5, and after knight to e2, h5. And he is going after Wesley So, the tournament leader, feeling the pressure from everyone right at this moment. Will he be able to keep things solid and not lose another game, as clearly everybody's feeling like maybe he's a bit vulnerable right now. Guys?
Wow. Thank you. Very dynamic.
Very
a desperado kind of chess almost by Ian, as he's really going for it. By the way, Castles Short by Magnus Carlsen in our featured matchup. I thought after h4 we wouldn't be seeing this, but Magnus, now with the exchange in the hand, he feels that there's not enough of an initiative on the king side. His king will be safe. Is he correct, Cristian? Do you feel that he's made the right choice?
No, definitely. I think castling on the queen side would have been detrimental to his position because of that pawn on a4 and a potential break with a6, b5 by Black, activation of the rook, the bishops coming into play. That would have been very, very dangerous. Keeping the king on the king side, that's definitely the safe way out. Black, oh, wait, we have some development. We have some development. Very important.
Wait for it, yeah.
Yeah, well, one of the great advantages of having a material advantage is sometimes you can just give it back and transpose into a different type of advantage. We've just seen Magnus Carlsen sacrificing an exchange.
c4, queen b8 most probably, the only way to defend both pawns. But then f4 is coming.
Yes,
right.
f4 is on white's agenda. So queen b8 or knight d7. I'm not a big fan of knight d7, I must say.
But f4 is in the works.
Well, that was I was trying to get my pieces out of this upcoming pawn storm that I'm visualizing for white.
Queen b8,
f4 and e5, and queen b8 was played.
f4 was not played.
Rook d1, getting behind the d pawn. You're right, Cristian. White's looking to.
But what about b5 now?
And that was indeed is the question. E5.
Perhaps
Now,
D6?
D6.
D6, yep.
D6 played very quickly as well.
Well,
So,
the question is, this E7 pawn, I'll take on B5, pardon me, I'll take on C4, you'll take on E7, and I'll try to round up that guy with Queen C7. Maybe Levon will have enough play in this case. He has captured on C4. We will see the capture on E7, and now we're expecting Queen C7.
I think Queen C7 is more or less forced.
How about Rook A7?
Rook A7, Rook D8. You don't want that.
Oops, excuse me. Queen C7 it is.
Played.
Queen C4, Queen C7. And was that exchange sacrifice justified? Counter exchange sacrifice.
I feel the structure, black structure, is a little bit weaker, but he also has the potential of a counter with H4, which is going to be very, very useful in a battle of structures. If White takes on C4, places a knight on D5, exchanges the knights, and then Rook takes D5, H4 is always going to come on the board, weakening the White king.
Okay.
Just to buttress what you're saying, if ever you get into a major piece ending, you're saying that this counter shot, H4, weakening White's king, is going to keep Black in the game.
Right.
Hold on,
White
by the
has
way,
to be
my
very
Rook
careful.
on A8 is hanging. But
yes.
okay,
White has
this
to
is
be
the
very
current
careful about
position.
playing knight G5 too early because of the precise reasons of H5. I wonder whether we're going to see F3, some kind of preparation.
Yes.
For the time being, Black doesn't have too many squares available.
I just had to flash back over to that game of Wesley So Ian Nepo's game, because that looked like a Donnybrook is going on over there as well. But okay, we do have Queen C4, Queen E7 on our featured table. Quickly, Knight
D5, okay.
Okay. Magnus is really playing the most direct line, but I don't see this as a big problem for Black. I'll take on D5.
I'm going to take with the pawn, and I'm going to control that H4 pawn of yours, and I'm going to try to play D6.
Okay, so Knight D5, E D5, interesting. Queen D6, just blockading. Well, there's no choice, actually. I have to take on D5.
Right, you have to. I was just wondering whether you could do Rook D8, Rook D6, and then start trickling with the. Well, let's go over to Maurice, and he'll give us an update on MVL.
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in a world of trouble right now as Vladimir Kramnik is hunting him down. He sacrificed a piece. This piece is hanging on C2. He gave it away and said, no problem. I'm just going to bring the heavy rook into the game, the heavy pieces. Rook H4 is a threat. Mate around this king is coming. He's now playing the move Queen D1 check, King to H2, and dropped his queen back, pinning this rook to the king. But now the move G6, and his king is about to be ripped apart. MVL is going down to Kramnik. That's going to shake up the standings, as there's going to be some separation between him and Magnus Carlsen, that is in second place. So a tough loss, it looks like, on tap for the Frenchman.
Well, MVL got that miracle save. I don't think there's enough miracles for him in this position, as we'll turn back to the game of Magnus. And as predicted, the move H5, the timely move, H5, H4, in order to gain counterplay against White's king, has been essayed again by Levon. But look at the times. If I'm reading it right, it's only 12 seconds for Levon.
Right now, Levon
56 seconds.
is going for a drawish endgame with a pawn down. In case of Queen takes C5, Queen takes C5, Rook takes C5, take on G3, F takes G3, Rook A2, Rook takes C5, Rook takes B2, and he's hoping that he will be able to hold that pawn with that endgame with a pawn down. With that being said, with 12 seconds on the clock, that's not going to be an easy task.
Certainly not.
Technically, it should be a draw.
And let's see, let me just update the position, because I have seen a trade on the G3 square already.
Yes, I think we do have that endgame on the board.
Queen takes E5, just as you predicted. Cristian, trading of the queens, HG, FG.
What about E5 now, though?
Rook A2, Rook C, well, King, Rook C5. Oh, the players are playing very quickly. Let's just keep our eyes on this position. Well, one of the things that I've really admired about Levon is, as we've seen, is his great endgame ability. But here, it looks like he's going down thanks to White's active king. And by the way, we have a result.
We do have a result. MVR indeed has lost to Kramnik, so he's not having much luck against the former world champions.
And by the way, with this move, rook check, rook takes g6.
This is game over.
It's game over. 2 pawns now to the good. Magnus Carlsen
And
really
he can even give
control.
up. He can even give up the c4 pawn, c5 pawn even.
Never give anything to
I'm
your
just saying.
opponent.
I'm just saying. It's very with the
If
king
you're-
cut off. You can simply.
If your opponent's floundering, I say throw him an anvil. Look at this. Very, very nice technique.
And there you
being
have it.
shown.
He's given.
And
Yep, he's giving up his.
rook, king, and you're getting the Lucina
We're getting
position.
Lucina position. So this
Exactly.
is this is his second Lucina position.
And he's going to show why it's winning again.
Yes.
You get to make a nice demonstration for our chess
Yep,
amateurs,
that's it.
and it was enough.
Game over.
Woo!
Wow.
Let's quickly jump to the Wesley So game and see
Yes.
what is going on, because
That was pretty crazy. I mean.
yeah, we're looking for the webcam for the Wesley So game. It's over. I'm sorry. What has happened?
What was the result?
Well, let's see.
Wesley won.
Ooh.
He's a master of counterattack, you know. If you come at him, he will take his opportunity.
And
So.
it looks to be the case. Remember when Maurice was explaining Ian is throwing everything he could against Wesley So's king. Let's move it right along. Look at Wesley with all of his pieces. Look at all of these black pieces aimed at White's king. Wesley was definitely feeling the heat, but somehow he managed to turn the game around. He grabbed the pawns.
When you feel the heat, start taking pawns.
Yes.
That's the antidote. Well, just about this part, this is where the killer blow came, rook g1, and there's just too many pawns in the position, and essentially Ian ran out of ammo.
Yep.
I'm sure he had much better than what he played, because that looked like a frightening setup. Did you get a chance to see where he may have gone wrong, Cristian?
I haven't, but we can definitely go through the variations. G4 in this position, already White seems to be grabbing the initiative because of the fact that I have already 2 pawns up on this side, and it doesn't seem like your attack is going anywhere on this side. My knight next to the king is very powerful. But let's go to Maurice in Leuven, because he has Vladimir Kramnik on tap.
We are with former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. Vladimir, the numbers say that mathematically it's going to be very difficult for you to catch the leaders, but you're still motivated, and you did knock off one of the big ones today. What were your thoughts about this game?
Well, for the moment, I think I'm playing pretty decently. After, of course, I got very lucky with Vichy. But, you know, as a Russian saying goes, our final is semi-final. You know, so for me, I don't think I can really catch the leaders, but at least to be in the first half, you know, that would be my goal.
You mentioned that it's a young man's sport, rapid and especially blitz. Are you feeling fresh right now?
No, but but it doesn't somehow affect my play yet, but I'm pretty sure it's going soon to start affecting my play.
All right, we're hearing the bells toll outside. We hope it's not for you, it's for your opponents.
We'll see.
Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I was just looking at this game that Wesley was definitely on the back foot. After the move bishop e4, this is where I think Ian went wrong. The move h3 was simply mistimed. He had to go f3 with the idea that after knight takes f3, now h3, and you can't keep the king side closed. If you take with the bishop, I still want to play h3, and this looks like where, you know, Ian could have opened up the position and caused White a lot more distress than he did. Cristian, over to you.
I think you're definitely on the right path, but the engine disagree with you a little bit. H3 was actually not a bad move, but after G3, Jan should have just stopped, thought, and what are my problems right now? The pawns on the queen side. Why not just simply defend them? and maintain the pressure. Again, black's pieces are very, very active, white pieces are on the defensive, and I just need to defend my structure on the queen side, play a6 if you attack the pawn on a7 with your queen, and at the right moment start building up the attack on the king side. Again, white's position is still quite solid because of this powerful defender, the knight on h2, the knight next to the king, very, very strong defender. So the game would have went on, a lot of play still left, but after queen takes b7, queen takes a7, farming those pawns on the queen side, the game was just over. Black simply didn't have enough of an attack.
Thank you,
Thank
Cristian.
you. But it's
Jovi, what
Yes.
have you got for us in the result column?
Well, still in the lead is Grandmaster Wesley So. He has maintained his 1.5 point lead, and he
Whereas Maxine has now slipped.
Maxine has now
thanks to that
slipped, but
loss.
he's still in third place. You know, and this is important for tour points.
Exactly.
He needs
Tour
to-
points, very crucial.
Very crucial thing. And second place, world champion Magnus Carlsen, who after his very smooth victory against Levon Aronian, he's on 16.5 points. And coming up to fourth place is former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, a wild card, we have to remember. And he's on 13.5 points.
But more importantly, Big Vlad is satisfied with the way things are going. And, well, okay, has he left it too late, though? Because Wesley, with 18, certainly galloping ahead.
Yeah, we have to also remember that the winning score in Paris was 24, I think 24 points.
Right, two players tied for first.
Yeah,
for 24.
two players tied for first. And last year in Leuven, the winning score was 23 points.
Wow.
So let's go back to Maurice with Gary Kasparov.
We're with Gary Kasparov again, who's just been enjoying this commentary, and the crowd's here really enjoying his insight with his former World Championship battle mate, Nigel Short. Gary, I have to say, in this position, when Wesley took on B7, I had just a flashback to Philadelphia when he played against this game one against the computer. I know you have this book about computer intelligence that you gave a lecture on yesterday. This taking on B7 with the clouds gathering on the other side, almost computer-esque, almost greed by computer standards.
Yes, but I think there was a different rationale. So machine took the pawns because it couldn't see me just having decisive threats. Wesley didn't have time to calculate, but he played it out of instincts. He couldn't do anything here on the king side. He saw there are no immediate threats, and he thought, why not collecting a few pawns on the queen side? And if I survive, and he did survive eventually, the onslaught on the king side, then these pawns will have something to say. And I think that this is Nepo overestimated his position, and instead of just pushing h3 early, he could have played simply b6, protecting the pawns, because white had literally nothing to do. And just playing h3, he had to see something immediate, and in fact he didn't. It was just, okay, let me play h3 and maybe I'll find something. And he didn't find anything, and eventually Wesley defended his position, and then 3 extra pawns on the queen side decided the game.
What does this kind of decision say? You've been deeply thinking about this topic. Your book is out now for everyone to buy. But what does this say about human intelligence versus computer intelligence, that he could play with that kind of instinct and just be right?
Again, some slight modification of the position on the king side, and maybe it will be a losing move. But again, we're talking about a blitz game. He saw no immediate dangers, and he made a very good practical choice. Let's grab these pawns, because 2 pawns are pawns, and especially if you eliminate the opponent's queen side, then eventually, after some exchanges, then these pawns will decide the game. So that's why it was wrong for Nepo just to start pushing without having a clear winning path, instead of just simply protecting the pawns on the queen side would give him a tremendous advantage.
Let me ask you, this kind of cold-bloodedness from Wesley showing good instincts, he had a loss, but he's righted the ship. Do you still feel that Magnus is going to catch him? I mean, after all, Magnus did win his game, but Wesley at least kept that 1.5 lead.
Well, we'll see. So the game between them will be a decider. Again, psychologically, it will be very important. If Magnus wins the game, then I think that he will be unstoppable. But if Wesley survives, or if Wesley wins, that could be a very different game. So it's important for Wesley just to maintain the lead before they play the game. It's in round 8. Yes, round after next. And so we'll see what happens in round 7. But it's whatever. It's a great drama. So it's a pity to see that MVL now is collapsing. So he definitely doesn't show the same confidence and vigor as in Paris. Maybe Ken is playing in his own country, so he felt obliged to rise to the expectations of his countrymen. But here it's he's definitely not on par with Magnus and Wesley.
Well, the next round sees Wesley against Anish, tough opponent, and Magnus against Jobava, who's just not here right now as far as his play is concerned. So it should be a very dynamic matchup. You were supposed to only be here an hour. It looks like you're enjoying yourself.
Fun, yes. So again, it's easy to criticize other players' moves.
Well, we know that you have tremendous respect for these players and you're enjoying yourself as they battle it out. World champion Garry Kasparov spending the day with us, quite a treat for everyone here.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Garry, very much indeed.
Thank you, definitely, for his insights.
Absolutely, and wow, okay, we've got
some
a new round coming up, actually.
Definitely, yes.
And we know our standings, still 1.5 points for Wesley. And by the way, this summer, the St. Louis Chess Club is hosting some marvelous events. Let's take a look at what we have in mind.
Definitely.
We have, first of all, the results, the standings.
And there we have it. So Grandmaster Wesley stays still in the lead with his combined score of 18 points. After that nice victory against Ian Nepomniachtchi. In second place, climbing up, keeping pace, is world champion Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, and losing his standings a little bit is MVL on third place, 14 points, 14.5 points. So, yes, as Yasser said, we have an exciting summer of chess in St. Louis.
A completely new event, never before seen.
The match of the millennials, the USA versus the world. How exciting. It's absolutely fabulous. So this takes place between July 26th to 29th, and 8 American players face the best juniors from around the world.
And if anybody wants to tune in, well, you know where you have to go. USChessChamps.com has been our channel for all of the events, including this one.
Yes, and of course, next stop on the Grand Chess Tour, it's the Sinkfield Cup, and this will happen between July 31st and August the 12th, and it's a huge prize fund of $300,000
at stake, and that will be immediately followed by the Rhythm and Blues, or should I say Rapid and Blitz, St. Louis.
Rapids, or from August the 13th to 20th, so Rapid and Blitz events. So actually some of the players, I think Magnus, Wesley and Maxime, they won't be playing there, but look at it. £150,000 prize fund for a Rapid and Blitz event. And of course the Grand Chess Tour closes in London at the London Chess Classic from November the 30th to December 11th. And this is a classical chess tournament.
And it will all be decided there in London for sure, because so many Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs in the classical tournaments. And over to you, Cristian. What are you seeing? We're going to be coming up to that Magnus versus Wesley match?
Definitely, Yasser, is starting to become a two-horse race, and Wesley so is keeping his composure. You have a breathing dragon galloping to catch you in the world champion Magnus Carlsen, breathing down your neck, and it's not easy to keep your composure, especially when you're under such a severe attack as Wesley was in the game against Ian Nepomniachtchi. So he's maintaining his composure. There's still a lot of rounds left, but Magnus Carlsen, he's looking good, he's looking sharp, he puts a lot of pressure on his opponents, and they all seem to collapse. He's playing very, very fast, another trademark of his in this tournament. In Paris, he wasn't playing fast at all. He was always down on time. He was always entering time trouble situations, and he couldn't convert a lot of winning positions. In this one, he's gaining momentum. He's gaining time over his opponents, and he's definitely dominating the field at the moment. Wesley so definitely the leader, but still has a lot of work ahead.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you. And as you can see, the players getting ready for round 7.
Coming back into the hall, and I'm seeing it really for the first time. For the audience, they've got the monitors for all the boards. It's hard to tell from this perspective whether it's visible or not if you're standing in the back row. But again, I'm looking at this playing hall, and it's so magnificent. I can only recall one other time that I played in an equally charming surrounding ambiance. It was a kind of a grand cathedral that we played in Barcelona, which was just extraordinary. But this castle, this town hall is beautiful.
This is...
Yeah.
It's the Leuven City Hall, in fact. Makes a change from playing in your local community centre.
Absolutely. And Maurice has been mentioning that the mayor was actually challenging and saying, we don't want the same winner each and every time. But Magnus saying, no, 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 well, I want those Grand Chess Tour points. He's keeping the pressure.
Of course, this is the big prize money. The big prize money is actually, okay, they earn 37,500 for first place, but
it's that big pool of prize.
It's that big $100,000 bonus.
Well, keep in mind that last year $295,000 was collected by our tour winner Wesley. So he wants to repeat.
Yeah, this is big money. So.
And this is our 7th round pairings. Remember, we have 9 rounds of play today.
Yes, and so we have MVL versus Badur. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And poor Badur has been in a deadly spin cycle. It's been all ugly.
And another interesting match would be Vasil versus Vladimir Kramnik, the clash of the old guards.
And I noticed in the pairings that actually Wesley So is following Magnus. So Wesley So is saying, go ahead and beat up my future opponent. He'll be up against Livona Roni, and hopefully for Wesley, Livona's still reeling, and a big matchup. Anish Giri, who's actually been playing quite well.
Yes, Anish has been playing very well. You know, never one to underestimate. So this is the match that we'll be following.
As Magnus Carlsen will be playing black, trying to keep pace with the tournament leader, Wesley So. And as Maurice has mentioned many a time, Wesley So, when he gets the lead, it's like he hogs the center lane. You know, he keeps the opponents
he likes
from
being the pacemaker.
Indeed.
Predictions.
Ladies first.
Aronian versus Wesley first.
Aronian versus Wesley.
Draw.
Yeah, what I say? Okay, I've learnt my lesson. Wesley.
Christian.
He said.
No,
he didn't. No, you gave a draw.
Aronian.
Okay,
I'm going to go with the underdog.
We have all 3 results. How about Anish and Magnus? Quickly.
Draw.
Draw. Oh,
We're all in agreement.
We're all in agreement.
Hey, was Magnus a little bit late? How about that? From a standing position, he presses his opponent's clock.
That's a little bit cheeky, actually. He should be at the board.
Indeed. All right.
So we have a D4.
On the board.
It's almost like a deja vu. I remember the game between MVL and Magnus when Magnus took like 10 seconds to arrange his pieces, and then he lost a terrible game against MVL. So we'll see if that repeats. The history repeats itself.
And we have a Catalan, actually.
His favorite Catalan, Anish, is extremely experienced. Along with Vladimir Kramnik and Livon, I would put those 3 players in a special category of Catalan players.
Well, the best Catalan player in the world right now is Wesley So.
Really?
No, I think so.
Whoa.
He's winning absolutely every game in the Catalan with white, with black, with the green color, if he could play the green color.
But do you think Magnus will say his knight e4 plan that he liked?
Yes, he has played this kind of a stonewall setup. Usually, well, somehow he takes advantage when white misplaces his dark square bishop to be able to play knight e4, f5, and g5. I was about to say I was expecting him to play b6. But he has indeed played knight e4, and Anish will have certainly followed Magnus's game. So typically we challenge black and play knight c3 at this moment, asking black which of the minor pieces he would like to capture, or are you ready to play f5? And I think that committed decision has been made. Hard to tell from my screen, or did he play bishop f4? Well, let me just see if I can get
I think bishop f4, g5 has been played. So this is his famous game against Elyanov.
Correct.
That he defeated in a very fine game.
In the Tata Steel. So he did play bishop f4, and Magnus picked up the challenge and said g5, f5. I'll play like Tigran Petrosian, did in the World Championship match, and again,
At night, yeah.
Knight D6, just
a
as
very
you said.
key retreat for the knight.
Yes, against Elyanov, the knight on D6, attacking the pawn on C4, B2, B3, and we have a Dutch stonewall hybrid type of situation. Queen C3, trying to get Magnus to commit his G-pawn. Magnus says, I'll play H6. H4, the most challenging for sure. And Magnus saying knight F7.
Do you think he'll rise to the challenge? It's very tempting to go, okay, well, he's played knight F7, but it was very tempting to go F4. But I think
G4, yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from. Those are always those puzzles.
Right.
For those of you who play a lot of tactical puzzles.
Well, G takes H4 is still a threat, and if you exchange the pawns on the H file, then I'm simply going to go King G7, Rook H8, G4 potentially, and it seems like I'm the one who's getting the action on the H file first. So
we have seen the trade. We'll expect.
I don't necessarily like H4 by Anish. It seems a little bit losing its objectivity.
You know, I've always had a prejudice for the white position because, as a positional player, I love controlling such important outposts as the E5 square.
White is supposed to attack on the queen side.
Well, what this move knight A4 is hoping to accomplish is to reroute the knight to the D3 square. First of all, that takes the sting out of these F5, F4 types of ideas. Secondly, by opening, getting the knight off the C file, white is saying that I'll always have the potential of C4 takes D5 and utilizing utilizing the open C file if that can be the case. And he's basically challenging Cristian, as you were saying, black to go King G7, Rook H8. Okay, if you're going to try to checkmate me, spend some time, you know.
Magnus just answered my question. I was going to ask, I'm curious as to how he will develop the C8 bishop, whether he will try to move the knight out of the way on D7. But yeah, B6. So I'm
going to guess B6.
Yeah, B6. Well, B6 has been played. You know, this plan was. And I know Simon Agderstein, you know, who once was a former trainer of Magnus, really liked the Stonewall idea with B6.
Yes, indeed. Now here, I remember an interview, a very impressive interview with Vladimir Kramnik, where he really made me stop and rethink about the entire Dutch Stonewall. He said, I don't know why the bishop on B7 is any worse than the bishop on G2. And really, we're talking about two awful pieces. And I always thought the bishop on G2 was better. But then, you know, as I really stopped and digested what Vladimir was saying, I understood that it's not just such a simple, flat-out answer. By the way, knight D3 to E5, very responsible decision.
One answer in this particular case is that the bishop on G2 is a very good defensive piece against any potential King G7, Rook H8, as I mentioned, and a doubling on the H file, because the bishop on G2 is such a powerful defensive piece, defending that H1 and 3 square. So
guys,
that's the difference right now.
Well,
the position is really clarified with. First of all, I really like this KG idea of Rook A1 to B1, getting off this diagonal before opening things up and waiting for Magnus to play the move A5. So there's a potential weakness on the B6 pawn, pardon me, with Queen E3 hitting both B6 and E5. And that was why Magnus dropped back with his bishop F6. How do you like the position? I like white.
I like white.
Me too. I definitely like white because of the difference between the bishops and the option of me opening up the C file whenever I want, gaining control over that file. And it just seems like black's position is a little bit loose. Also, his king is much weaker.
Cristian.
We have a development.
There's a
B6. My
spidey
sense is tingling. There's a Peshki on pre.
Take it.
Take it. Think later. Take it now. Think later. And
he's getting ready to take it. He's getting ready to take
himself up. By the way, roughly equal time, 2 minutes 45 odd seconds per player. But Magnus...
Is Magnus taking everything on doubling on the H line?
I have a feeling Magnus is losing his objectivity a little bit, as he did in the game between him and Wesley.
By the way, I mean, you cannot give white time, because if white gets rook d4 and rook h4 in, it's actually black's king that's feeling the heat. Not only would he be a pawn behind, but pawn and compensation on white side of the table. So Magnus is going to have to rely upon the move f5, f4 to get any attack going. And I'm just not sure that, I think Magnus simply blundered the pawn.
I think he didn't see it. I think you're right. I think he's so focused on consolidating on. But maybe he couldn't. Maybe it wasn't such an easy defense.
That's a different matter. Yeah, queen d8. But he played king f7 rather quickly, and this move queen b6 has really rocked him into.
But if you play f4, obviously I'm not going to take, and I'll probably
not to open the g file
and
allow
I'll
rook
probably
c8.
try to go.
Rook d3
Rook
perhaps
D3,
to
yes.
cover the g3 pawn
thinking.
laterally, yeah. But f4, you know, it's one of those moves that, you know, after you play it, your king, you go f4, I go rook d3. You take on g3, I can take either with the rook or the pawn, and it's like, who has done a greater service? Maybe it's black's king that doesn't have enough protection.
So we'll go over to Leuven with Maurice, who's going to update us on the Wesley So game.
Well, in another game as well, Vasily Ivanchuk and Vladimir Kramnik, those two old rivals, they drew their game very quickly. Now we're in this position where Wesley has a nice edge. Look at that knight posted up on b3. He also has the two bishops and breaks happening in the middle of the board. So a critical game. If Aronian loses this and Magnus loses his game, then clearly that Wesley will have stretched his lead back and have that confident air once again. So this is a critical game, definitely for the round. We'll watch and see how it goes. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Maurice. And wow, what a difference that would make. We've just seen a move, which I'm pretty surprised about. Rook a6. Magnus forced the white queen to retreat, something that Anish was probably keen to do anyway. And now rook back. I was saying, please don't lose any time with your counterattack, because rook d4, rook h4 is on tap for white. And look at that. Two tempi, a loss of two tempi. I just don't see Magnus getting away with that.
I'm also really concerned about the time situation. This is
Ooh,
2.5 minutes versus 29 seconds. And Magnus is in a tricky position.
No, it's not tricky. It's busted. It's just busted. This rook on d4 is absolutely controlling all the action, and in fact, queen e5 dominate. We teach our students centralization. Look at that queen on e5 posted up. Rook is ready to swing over to c3 to c7, pawn to the good, and again, compensation. The initiative, I mean to say, is on white side of the table. Magnus Carlsen.
And he just landed a rook. Well, there you go.
Total collapse. You know,
Cristian was right. You know, he shouldn't have just gone and started the clock while walking.
Well, first of all, it wasn't like he was settled down, right? He came to the board. He was a little bit late. Then it just looked herky-jerky, and Anish just cleaned his clock. Let's go over to the Wesley So game, Cristian. What do you got for us going on that board? I've got
that's definitely becoming a wild affair.
Wild affair, guys. A pawn to the good for Wesley, but a little bit weak. No.
Once again, the king is a little bit weak. The king is a little bit weak. Your structure is not compact enough. And I always have, you know, the knights are tricky. I can go knight f4, knight h5, potentially g3 to just solidify those knights, and then the f5 pawn is a little bit weak. Obviously, black still has that extra material, and he should have the better side in this particular case, but it's not that easy. With a weak king, is never easy.
Exactly.
No, it's not easy at all.
I very much appreciate this move. Rook e8, by the way.
But,
what?
We have a result already.
Wesley offered a draw?
Well, I was just going to say that there is rook takes rook, queen takes, and he can take on h6.
We do have a very big surprise, a draw in in a 3-result position.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the times were a factor or not. But Wesley offered a draw. The draw was indeed accepted, and it was accepted after the move rook e8.
No,
sorry, Jovi,
sorry,
you had
yeah.
a point.
So my point was that after rook takes rook,
Yes.
queen takes,
Yes.
obviously, and queen takes h6.
Yes.
Now the queen
and
comes down to e2. Just yeah,
No,
he can't back rank mate me because
Yes.
the knight is covered, and now
something like maybe
something
a
like this,
perpetual
and now
check.
perpetual. So
Okay, the players foreseeing a perpetual check
But
in the
I'm not
position.
sure.
Normally speaking, I like them to play it to the perpetual check,
Yes.
so it makes it obvious. Wow, and Giant Slayer, Anish
Yes,
Giri
yes.
is with Maurice in Leuven. Wow.
Well, we're with Anish Giri, who we know has always been a tough opponent for Magnus. It has not been easy to dominate this player. Today you got what seemed like a pretty nice position, very pleasant position, not necessarily anything dominant in the opening. But then all of a sudden he started giving you all those dark squares, and you just got in with this knight fe5. I think it was knight de5 you actually
Yeah,
had.
well, I think this plan with knight a4 and b2, knight d3 is very strong in similar positions. I'm not sure whether h4 was good. I must say I've analyzed a position very similar to this, and I think I mixed it up because not sure. But okay, at least in the game it worked out because this pawn became weak, and here I picked it up. And I think a5 helped me a lot because had he not gone a5, this would have not happened.
Taking the pawn.
Yeah, and at the end I'm clearly winning, but still it's always nice when they give you a full rook, so just take it.
Yes, absolutely. Blitz is a topsy-turvy affair. What are you feeling right now about how your tournament is going?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus played fantastic from what I've seen and what I've heard, and I'm playing like I always play, pretty bad. So in Blitz, but okay, as you said, in Blitz, one game, anything can happen. So yeah, it happened.
All right, well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And we have a game still in progress. The luckless Badur Shova
yes.
is up against, it's MVL, right?
It's MVL, right?
Yeah,
so Badur was, of course, hoping to. He was taking
flag.
No, he lost on time,
but he was in lost position.
In lost position. Yeah, he was staking all his hopes on the Blitz.
Does Jobava have any points?
No,
Did
he
he
has
score
no points.
any points?
No, he has not.
Oh.
Oh boy, do we have it? Are all the results now known, by the way? Do we have some all the
Do we know
results?
Ian versus Vichy?
And Ian Vichy might still be ongoing. Well, we do have a draw between Vasil and Vladimir.
Nepomniachtchi versus Anand was a draw.
Was a draw.
Ivanchuk versus Kramnik was a draw.
Okay.
Magnus lost against Giri. Vashier won, and Wesley drew, which was very unusual to me. I mean, play it out.
Exactly.
Play the game out.
Yeah.
A draw offer in Blitz is a very strange thing for me. And once again, we see how conservative Wesley is with his lead. He's definitely maintaining his objectivity, but that could be a dangerous factor going on into the last rounds with Magnus Carlsen still only 2 points behind him, and Vashier Lagrave seems to be gearing back up into his usual self. He's only 3 points behind. We have 2 more rounds to go today and another 9 tomorrow. So 11 rounds to go. A lot of time to catch up.
Yeah,
Still a lot of chess ahead of us, but at 2 points.
Wesley's so maintaining his combined score lead of 8.5 points. So yeah.
And dare I ask about the next round pairings, because I suspect we're going to see a Wesley
Magnus. Yes,
and
this is crunch game.
Yes.
I think this one will determine.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's the 9th and final round. How about that?
Okay.
That Wesley. But Anish Giri feeling good after a victory over the world champion. He'll be up against Wesley.
Mm-hmm.
And where will Magnus be? Well, guess what? He needs a respite.
He might get it.
He might get it.
Against
Jobava. But you know, I'm still waiting for Jobava to connect with somebody. I know he's
But you think by numbers, right? The numbers game,
just
he
the
has to
maths.
win something.
Yeah.
But
it hasn't happened so
it
far.
hasn't happened so far, and
Whew. Well, Cristian, some words before we take a break here?
Well, the law of probabilities, right? And I hope Jovanka at some point might actually get a point, and it might be against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, who's definitely a little bit down after his game against Anish Giri. He never went fully into the game, and it showed in his results. So we're going to see what's going to happen. A very exciting round on tap. And we have Anish Giri, who's on a roll against Wesley So, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So that's a big one as well. And if Wesley manages to win that one, he might extend his lead.
All right, very good. But let's go to Leuven, where we have Maurice and Gary on tap.
Gary, yes.
Well, we were all extolling the virtues of Magnus Carlsen, but even the best player in the world can make a bad mistake sometimes. Gary, today, this mistake, hanging a rook, it's not often that you get to see this happen in an actual chess game with a world champion.
No, I wouldn't pay too much attention to this blunder because position was completely lost. He was totally outplayed by Anish, and I think we have to criticize some other moves Magnus made. He was in a very aggressive mood. That shows when he plays the Stonewall system, trying to create a very complicated, positionally sort of uncertain structure. He didn't do well. And Anish made a good comment saying A5 was a terrible move because it created a lot of weaknesses. Instead, he could probably push G4 earlier. And then he played. I think he didn't like his position. You could probably feel that he was quite irritated because he would rather play white. So there's so many weaknesses. He couldn't see how he could attack. And Anish gradually improved his position. And at the end, Anish was a pawn up and totally winning. And Magnus made a blunder, which probably cut his sufferings. But I don't think the result of the game would be changed.
It turns out that he actually also turned up late for a Blitz game. That's not the best thing to do. The game starts, your clock is ticking down, and you come to the board late. What's this going to have effect on the rest of the tournament? Is he going to be able to just wipe it clean and continue to play, recognizing that it's Blitz?
Again, that's all about character. We know that Magnus can recover after losing a game. I think he played Jovanka now, so that will not be quite difficult for him. And then the most important game of the day will be Magnus facing Wesley in the last round. That will set up a tone for tomorrow. It seems clear that Wesley will stay in the lead, most likely will stay in the lead. But again, it's even after Magnus' disastrous game against Anish, Wesley is just only 2 points. It's only 2 points ahead, and 2 points, considering they have 2 more games between them and many other Blitz games, it's not enough for Wesley to be comfortable. And we see that MVL now is just coming back. But though I wouldn't pay too much attention to the game against Jovanka, so it seems that everybody collects points. So we should see in the last 2 rounds if MVL can put him back in the contest.
Oh, we'll enjoy those last 2 games out with you. Thanks for joining us again. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Maurice, and thank you, Gary. Well, I think on those high notes, I mean, it's a good time to take a break as we prepare
And
the final 2 games
we'll see
of
for
today.
round 8. And
you won't want to miss round 9.
For sure. Welcome back, and it's round 8 of the Your Next Move Blitz part.
Exactly. Wow. Jovi, we've had so many decisive games, and I'm reeling because Magnus was in great form, and he just went face plant.
That was a face plant, yeah, for sure. That was a surprise. I'm also reading, also MVL, you know, one of my picks, that he suddenly had this dip in the middle where he just lost to Vladimir, and he lost to Anand, and
yes. So
in very strange ways, yeah.
That's the nature of Blitz, of course, that you get on the streaks. But let's take a look at the round 8 pairings.
Yes, okay, so he hasn't he hasn't scored a single point in Blitz, but can he score in his critical matchup against world champion Magnus Carlsen? For his sake, I hope he can.
I do too. Wesley So, our tournament leader, up against a very hot Anish Giri. Anish, of course, gets all of the jibing because of his draw results, but he just face planted Magnus Carlsen, as mentioned. Can he do the same to Wesley So? We're about to find out, and look at all the other matches as well.
I mean, we mustn't forget third place. MVL is now also playing against Vasily Ivanchuk, so who also is not having that great a Blitz event.
And there we have the players at the board. Anish Giri on the left side, Vasily Ivanchuk. We know what he's capable of, but he's been in a kind of a death spiral, at least at the start of the Blitz.
Yes, at the start. I mean, the guy is a genius, and it's like, I think it was Nigel Short that said he doesn't know which Vasile will turn up.
Indeed, we don't know which Vasile will turn up. And I remember when I was going up against Anatoly Karpov, I was walking with Boris Spassky to the playing hall, and he turned to me and he said, Yasser, enjoy your day in the sun. Let's see if Jovava, who, if he could face plant Magnus Carlsen, will at least have the, the joy, let's say, of winning one game against the world champion. Because right now, it has been a joyless ride.
Right. Well, we actually heard former world champion Garry Kasparov be very dismissive of Jobava's chances. So,
how about you, Cristian? Hearty hand clasp?
I don't see a surprise coming in that game. I think Magnus Carlsen is going to cruise to a smooth victory.
And we've got a perk defense with G2, G3 in the game between Anish and Vasile, as we see that.
MVL.
Oh, pardon me. MVL.
Rather unusual out with Fianchetto. Normally the F4 attack, the Austrian attack.
That's the most challenging.
The most challenging, and we saw, in fact, that Vichy played this against Vasile, and he won a beautiful game in attack.
Yeah. Well, let's go over to the Magnus game for a moment, as we have a closed Sicilian on the board. Actually, it's not quite a closed Sicilian yet. White has not committed his d-pawn. Now we're in a closed Sicilian. I love this formation, by the way, for White. It's not popular at the highest levels, but it has this nature to it where White, with the move f2, f4, can go on the attack when he needs to. Let me just find my mouse. There it is. He can essay f2, f4. And at the same time, he's ready to counter White. White is ready to counter Black on the queen side with a3 and rook b1, b4.
Right.
And we have seen e5 and f4 and knight d5. Whoa, 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 whoa. My spidey sense is tingling again. I take on e5 and I play bishop g5. Isn't that an awkward pin?
Then I can go
h6. Sorry. Not quite in this moment. Cristian, I know you like these positions. They're super sharp. What do you think about f4, f5?
Right.
Sacrificing the pawn.
I think that's definitely the way Jobava should go. And I don't particularly like the knight on f6. I would much prefer to have it on e7. So at the moment, yeah, after f5, I prefer White. I think his attacking chances are definitely present. And we'll see if we've seen Magnus actually defend very difficult defensive positions. So we'll see if he can do that against the down Jobava.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is the head-hunting type of position that Jobava lives for. I'd be very surprised if he didn't go for the speculative pawn sacrifice. We see it a lot in what is called the Grand Prix attack.
Right, you also see it in the reverse English as well. Very common to do this F5,
And
F4,
he did
and
play
then
F5.
Here we go. Here we
it's
go.
definitely the most thematic against a knight on F6.
Enjoy your moment in the sun once again. G takes F5. What else? Because otherwise, if you don't capture right away, G3, G4 is an attack for free, and that pawn wedge on F5, and also not to forget this brilliant outpost on D5, knight D5. You don't want that knight to land there unchallenged. So the knight on F6 is a little stuck. Cristian, you were mentioning that you don't like the knight on F6 for a precise reason.
Well, let's go to Leuven and with Maurice, and he'll give us an update on the Wesley So game.
I hate to distract you guys, but this game is just a barn burner happening with Wesley and Anish. Look at this big formation with the pawns. Wesley's king still in the middle of the board. And look at this sequence, G4 going on the attack. And after king H2, bishop to E2, it's clear that white wants to make an attack against the king. But F5 came back at him, takes, and then E5 was played. We have bishop to B4 on the board. And this game is super sharp right now. It looks as though, well, I'm not even going to say what it looks like because it's just a hot mess right now in this position. They are going at it. Wesley knows that he has to play Magnus next round, so he's being super aggressive right now against Anish.
Wow.
Wow, a change of tack from Wesley, actually.
Yeah. And we have had big developments in the game of Jovanka and Magnus. Magnus, he did not like grabbing that pawn on F5, but instead he played the move B5, offering a pawn sacrifice himself. Jovanka, surprising for me, he captured on D4. I really would have played G4 in New York instead.
G2, G4, but one
After
of the
this
issues
trade,
of this...
the difference being that the pawn now on D5, Magnus is creating his play. Finally, we see this move G4, and of course, okay, I wanted to say, in case of captures, of course, I wanted to play the move G5. Keep in mind, Magnus has just dropped a rook in the previous game. I don't think he's going to drop another one. But that pawn on E4 isn't a pin. G5 on tap, and followed by F6, and Magnus's king. And you know, Jovanka, I mean, he couldn't ask for more. I mean, he's really had a horrifying event in Leuven, and right now he's in his element, and can he keep his nerve?
Oh, we even have a piece sacrifice after G4, G5. Did you predict that one, Yasser?
Yes, I would have predicted it, in fact, because there's no way that knight was going to move and allow F6 and knight takes E4. So a wise, practical decision, and all results are possible. Cristian.
No, the best practical decisions by far, and the problem right now for white is the bishop on c1. What are you going to do with that? Are you going to sacrifice it back on e3, or are you going to try to open up the c1 a3 diagonal with b3 and get it out in the game like that? So it's going to be once again a decision-making process for Jovanka. He has only 3 minutes to do that. The same with Magnus Carlsen. Everything is based on intuition in this game, and whoever has, also the better calculation will prevail.
I still think nerves is going to be a big factor as well. Bishop G5, trying to take this passive bishop, somewhat passive bishop, and post it on a square like F4, which will interfere with white's ideas of Queen G4 and H4 and H5. It's all about going after black's king.
Can
Yes,
black try some? Oh, no, white try something like b4, or maybe it doesn't matter because the bishop has still got no life on c1.
Exactly.
Well,
you're a headhunter too. I can see that, Jeremy. You like going on the attack. B4 was obviously intended to be able to play A4 and liberate this rook on A1. White's idea is simply, I've got to get my rook into the game. The bishop on c1 will just wait for its opportunity, and king h8.
A takes b5.
That suggests to me that Magnus is looking for some lateral action, that he's going to try to take advantage of a g file. Why didn't he play a takes b5 and rook takes a7? No idea. Instead he played bishop b2.
I think what he's preparing is, in case bishop f4 arrives on the board, rook takes f4 might be a potential sacrifice, counter-sacrifice. And after, let's see, bishop f4 is on the board. Let's see if he's going to take on f4 and then knight e2, attacking both the f4 and the d4.
It's very dangerous for white because
blowing up.
G takes f5 is in the air, the rook's coming to g8 and h.
Yes.
The rook's coming to the open g line and h line.
Oh boy, but I tell you what, I would take that bishop. I would play all in. I mean, you know, as they would say in poker, it's time to play all in. Jovova always looking at the opponent's king.
Knight e2.
To queen g5 check, I
queen
suppose.
G5,
king h2.
Or he didn't take it.
He didn't.
He played the move queen to g4, if I see it correctly.
Oops, I'm sorry. I have to just flip forwards for a nanosecond. And he played queen g4, h5.
I don't like this.
No.
I don't
because
like
queen g5 is coming. Queen g5, and you cannot defend the knight on g3 because king h2 runs into h4. So is this a big blunder by Jovanka?
Absolutely. Queen g4 was just wrong. Stone cold wrong.
Yeah,
queen g4, queen g5. I can't play bishop takes d4. I got a trick.
I think that's your only trick, but after bishop takes d4, I'm going to play bishop takes g3.
I do hit bishop takes d4. Will be hitting a rook, but yeah, I really thought that rook takes f4 was required in the position. And by the way, it's white's king on the g file. Again, we were pointing out that rook g8, rook g6 on tap for the world champion. Wesley So update from Maurice in Leuven. Maurice, what you got for us?
And Wesley is getting crushed in this game, in this position. Anish sacrificed his knight for 2 pawns, and then after a few attacking moves, he brought his rook up into the game. Wesley's king felt the action. White was better here, according to the engines, but Wesley played a couple of moves that were not precise, and after check, king h1, queen to h5, he played this move, rook to h3, and had to meet this monster move, rook to g3, after a sacrifice, a second sacrifice, splitting the position after rook takes, pawn takes, and suddenly queen f3 is coming. His position is indeed collapsing, and he has resigned. A big result, Anish Giri winning this game, beating Magnus, and then Wesley shaking up the tournament for sure. A tremendous, tremendous victory for Anish. Incredible, crushing game, the way he just blew out the 2 top players in the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. Absolutely. 3 words.
words.
Oh, boy. And what a result that is. Shaking up the tournament, you bet. Oh, my goodness. And making the showdown in our 9th and final round that much more critical indeed.
Magnus is winning his game.
Magnus has taken over, unfortunately, for...
queen takes, bishop takes h3.
And bishop takes h3. Or even rook g6. When it rains, it pours. It's over.
Well, knight f3, I think, is the only way to defend against checkmate, because I'm threatening rook takes g2, king h1, rook h2, checkmate.
On the spot. So, well, I think there was a moment there where rook takes f4 earlier had to be essayed, and for white, and unfortunately he left it too late, and Magnus is just crashing through. Magnus looking around at the other tournament results, he's already chalked this game up, and
we're probably going to see rook takes f4, rook takes g2, and then a resignation in the next couple of moves.
I think probably knight f3, you know, just...
Well, knight f3 is...
Knight f3, just rook takes g2, king h1, bishop b7, placing my bishop on that long diagonal, and that's just game over.
F4.
But unfortunately for Jobova, it's just been a nightmarish event. Just absolutely a nightmarish event. Boy, talking about leaving a4 takes b5 late, and there we have it.
And there we have it,
Oh my goodness. Oh,
yeah, but turns out Garry Kasparov was right to be dismissive of what is...
But look what that means for our tournament standings. It means that 1 point lead,
and the 2 will then play each other.
Oh boy, what other results have you for us? How did the rest of the field fare in
Well, we still have a few games going on right now. Actually, one game only, and that is the game between Yasser Seirawan and Vasily Ivanchuk. And we have this end game. Extra pawn for white. The king goes to d4. Bishop takes c4. This looks quite good for white.
All right.
Right,
Let's catch up. MVL.
And the time situation is
always critical.
Always
10
critical. 10 seconds to 55.
And after this move, king d4, you really got to like MVL's winning chances. And just down to 6 seconds now is Vasily Ivanchuk.
Knight goes to f6 maybe?
Oh, bishop d7 ready to escort, and that was enough.
That's
Vasily.
another loss.
And how does that
shake
up the tournament standings?
Well, yeah, he's showing that he's still in third place. He's catching the two guys up in the front, so...
Oh boy, Vasily not looking good in that game, and 1 point lead, as already mentioned. Right. The two players in first and second will be facing off against each other in our 9th and final round of today. It's been one of the most decisive tournaments I've ever witnessed myself. It's just amazing what the players have done, and this is
of course,
perfect matchup.
Yeah, perfect matchup. We have Magnus Carlsen playing white against Wesley. So remember in the Rapids, it was the same color pairings, and there Magnus Carlsen overpressed against Wesley. I don't think the same thing will be happening this time.
One player who will be looking very closely at that game is MVL, who is in third place. He'll be going up with the black pieces against Ian. The other players are doing their best, but Anish Giri is a man possessed. He'll be up against Vishy, 5-time world champion.
He's blasted out the first two leaders.
Like a bowling ball through the pins. Yeah. He's really scoring some fabulous wins. And Cristian.
And Magnus is back in the game, and he knows it. He knows he's only 1 point behind Wesley, and he remembers the game in Paris when he just demolished Wesley in a game under 20 moves. So this is going to be very, very difficult. A lot of pressure on Wesley. But we have the giant killer Anish Giri with Maurice Ashley in Leuven.
Well, it shouldn't be a shock when Anish Giri beats another top player, but the way he's doing it is really in style. The first game against Magnus, you outclassed him, and this one, you decided at this moment it was time to sacrifice a piece and go for it. You must have felt great pleasure in playing this game.
Well, I was hoping that Gary Kimmich is still watching, because that's the main reason I did it, because I also had the move c5, which I was thinking maybe he goes bishop c4, probably I go some knight b6, even have g6 check. I thought maybe some knight b6 looks very interesting for black. But then, I thought that something must be here, but rook a8, of course, is too slow. I just couldn't find the right follow-up. I think I could also do something like this, and just take on b2. It's probably not so clear. Something like this, probably not so clear. But I wanted to play more ambitious, bring the second rook, and as it happened many times in our Blitz match with Wesley, he got mated.
Oh, this has happened to him before?
In our Blitz match, it happened to him all the time. But I lost all the technical games against him. But I mated him a few times, so this is not the first.
Indeed. Wow, this game, it must have been very nice right here.
I think by this point he did brilliantly. He just go bishop b2, and I would try to protect my b4 pawn and play for some c5, play for some compensation, but it's already very bad. Rook h3 is very...
About the audio transmission, we seem to have a problem. I wanted to just look at that moment where Magnus and Jovova just played this move, bishop b2, a move I was double guessing, but he was ready to play rook f4. Cristian, big question. Come on. Yep. You got to play rook takes f4. Take a look at that position and tell me, how could Jovova not accept the challenge?
Well, simple as that. He's doubting all his decisions because he's losing so many games in a row. And when that happens, your confidence is getting low. You're starting doubting yourself. And especially when you're playing the world champion, that's much easier to do. Rook takes f4 would have been the right move. E takes f4 and knight to e2, attacking the weaknesses in black's position. And this would have been a very, very balanced game. Bishop takes d4 is on tap, knight takes f4, knight draws back to g2, defending the king. If I manage to get rid of this pawn structure, very powerful pawn structure, white is going to be perfectly fine. White is going to be winning. And I have a feeling in this position, something like g5. Well, if you play g5, I'm simply going to take with the knight. Knight c6 is coming. You're also having problems on the queen side, because if my rook gets open, then all my pieces are going to swarm into the attack. So after rook f4, e takes f4, from a practical point of view, I think it would have been much easier to be white. I don't understand why Jobava didn't do rook takes f4.
Thank you, Cristian.
Well,
and here's where we stand.
Yes, let's check out the pairings. So in the lead is the Grandmaster Wesley So with a combined score of 18.5 points. But after his last round loss, well, the lead has narrowed. In second place is world champion Magnus Carlsen with 17.5 points. And remember, these two, they will face off in the last and final round of today. Third place
Maxine
is lurking away, 1 point behind Magnus on 16.5 points after his nice win against Vasily.
And remember, in Paris, MVL was able to chase down a tournament leader, Magnus Carlsen, who was 3 points ahead. Everything to play for this ninth and final round. And look at this final round's pairings, dream matchups.
Yes, completely dream matchup. Magnus Carlsen versus Wesley So.
I think we're going to make that our game of the round.
I think so. You know.
What do you think, guys? Are we in agreement? I'm told the producer likes the Iranian Vladimir game.
Yes.
All right. Well, let's take a break and prepare ourselves for an exciting, spectacular finish from Lulin.
Exactly. See you then.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Hello and welcome back to round 9, the final round, Blitz round for today. And we have a showdown.
We certainly do. What a dramatic standings we have.
And in the lead is Grandmaster Wesley So with a combined score of 8.5 points. And in number 2 is world champion Magnus Carlsen on 17.5. And look at the pairings. Look who's facing off. It's world champion Magnus Carlsen facing off against number 1 Wesley So.
And we're going to throw it over to Leuven because guess what? Gary Kasparov's in the house and he's going to guide us through this crucial, dramatic match.
Well, we're getting Gary's thoughts right at the beginning of this contest. Gary, it's Magnus versus Wesley, 1 versus 2. They are also potentially world championship match in the future. This game, though, is a single game. What are your thoughts going into this 9th round?
It's an important game. Just set aside, as you said, maybe Wesley could be the next challenger, challenging Magnus for the world title. Right now, Wesley is a point ahead. Only 1 point. He started this day with three points ahead of Magnus. And it's a big chance for Magnus to catch up. And again, that's a game of character. It's Blitz. As we could see, both can blunder. But so far, Magnus is quite steady, except that horrible game with Anish. He had an outstanding performance, and he has white, and we'll see what's going to happen. I expect a big fight, but
any predictions?
If I have to bet, but I don't want to, I will take Magnus. But again, it's Blitz, so we'll see. By the way, a lot. It's today. As a prediction of the future, because there's so much at stake in one game. It's still not a decisive game because they have 9 more rounds tomorrow. But one game can tell us a lot about their psychological strengths. So it's because there's so much in this game that will let us analyze this performance and make predictions for the future.
You come out of a game like this, you win a big game like this one, money game, 9th round. Okay, it's not the end of the tournament, but do you analyze it the way you just analyzed it while you were playing? You say, you know, that just showed that he wasn't quite ready to take on the big moments.
Look, again, I'm an observer, so I'm trying to be objective.
Right, but I'm talking about you when you were a player and you had these kind of settings against other players, because you were known to rise to the occasion.
That's that's a champion's character. You can have good day, you can have bad day, but it's very important how you perform at the crucial moment when everything is at stake. So far, we saw Magnus being nearly perfect in rising to the occasion. But again, as Wesley is the rising star.
And the games have begun, and Magnus has played this line that he has been essaying. Do you expect a solid game from Wesley? Wesley needs a draw to just keep the lead, or do you think he'll just do what he does?
It's not for Wesley to play a solid game or not. So it's very important what Magnus does. Yeah, because Magnus plays white, and I don't think Magnus has any intentions of making Wesley's life easy.
Right, and so far we have this position on the board. It looks
C4,
like
C4 now.
Natural move C4.
C4. It's the C4, Queen C2, Bishop F5 probably was a chance because I don't know. It was an option. Yeah, but right now he missed this moment. So and it's a bit more. Still C4, Queen C2, and G6. That's what I would do. Okay,
and instead he's played this move, Knight H5.
He wants to win but G6 was a good move because then I wanted just to play G6 and play Bishop F5 with a tempi. So but now it's still a decent game for Black.
Now you played against Wesley before. I remember you played the Blitz tournament in St. Louis where you blended a few pieces and he played very well even though he didn't win the tournament. But he had a good result against you, but you were dominating those games.
Look, but at the end of the day, it's not about dominating the games. It's about who won. So, it gave me some consolation that I had a good position, but blundering 2 nights in 2 games. In both, one I had a very good position, another one was completely winning. But I don't know, was it an accident? I played in this tournament and I beat Caruana, and I even had a positive score against Nakamura, but I lost to Wesley. Accidentally, I blundered 2 pieces, but was it just pure accident or maybe something about the way he plays?
Right, and we've seen him play very solidly. He seems to wait until the opponent makes those errors and then he comes in. But last game, he wasn't doing that. In this game, he's playing with a bit more looseness in his position.
Yeah, but there's a lot more looseness in his position, yes, I can tell you. This is the way he just handled the opening. It's amazing. Magnus keeps playing with bishop before opening. That's not, let's say, the most aggressive one. Yeah, and they just, these guys are just totally helpless.
So you feel like this is just not a good start at all for Black, given the position he has, although this Queen C1 move, it looks like Magnus is being very cagey, bringing all his pieces
cagey, but
backwards,
eventually,
sooner or later.
Sooner he plays B3, and that's, he'll just attack this pawn, because Black has no time to actually move the Queen and play B5. So I think Magnus now probably plays B3.
And also,
not the free. Just he thinks he has time actually to develop his pieces.
Yeah, this side of the board is going to be the critical issue. H4 can always happen, certainly, but there is some power on this long diagonal. No, this bishop is controlling the action.
Yes, but it's not much happening here. So again, as I said, at one point, White can play B3, and again also simply castle. He's preparing for B3, B5, so he's just trying to protect this forepost. So this is and now you see Magnus attacks from the other side. So no, he'll go bishop G6 probably now. He can't afford losing this pawn.
So clearly, yeah, trading would crack the whole pawn structure. So sitting here, Wesley, now at only 343, and he's going all the way back to 8-7 as opposed to the G6 square. This is an interesting development. This doesn't look coordinated at all on this side.
No, that looks pretty bad. And I think now it's time somehow to play B3. It's time to play B3 and just start, creating problems.
This is a very dynamic position for Magnus. Again, 4 minutes, 30 seconds ahead on the clock. The pressure's on Wesley. He's going to have to organize his forces now. The rook on the E line. It's starting to feel like something bad is going to explode at some moment in this position.
Again, unless Magnus creates something just immediately by destroying this outpost, and Wesley can consolidate, then don't forget, Wesley has some space. So it's very important Magnus does something quickly. And Rook E1, I would definitely try to play B3 earlier. Rook E1 is just, to my taste, is a bit too slow.
But your instincts as an attacking player, I noticed when you were commenting with Nigel, you always go for the dynamic, put the pressure on the opponent. Important to do in Blitz, of course.
Yeah. So it's the right move. Now he's trying to make sure that he will have more just space, bringing his knight in the game as well. So let's see what Wesley does.
You talk about Magnus' style, if you may. He's not cut from the same cloth as you are in terms of the way he exposes a position dynamically, but he still is able to get a lot of energy with the harmony of his forces. He just has this amazing ability to put the pieces on the right squares.
No, absolutely, he's quite a dynamic player. So I would say he's balanced. So he can play equally well sharp and so simple positions. But I think his heart is more on just on kind of pragmatic chess. So that's what he does better. So I would say it's a combination of Karpov and Fischer style. So he's as good as Karpov at just finding the right squares for his pieces and using this every minimal advantage just to build up the strength of his position. But he's also as aggressive as Fischer. That Karpov always missed. So.
All right, well, we're hearing that our board is a little bit lagging. So thank you so much for your thoughts. We're going to throw it back to the studio. Guys, you take it away.
Thank you so much, Maurice, and big shout out to Gary. Thank you so much, Gary, for sharing your thoughts in this game as crucial. They both Gary and Maurice were advocating a B2, B3 style move, which Magnus resisted because I don't think they considered bishop A3. White's queen has to protect C3, and after you go queen C2, you're walking into this bishop on H7. And so Magnus, I think, very correctly played in the center. Your thoughts, Cristian?
No, absolutely. I spotted the B3, bishop A3 tactic as well. And I think what Magnus is trying to do right now is attack the king side. He's going to play, he played H4, he's going to follow it up with F4 potentially. He's going to try to lock up the queen side with B4, which he actually did, and then exert pressure on the king side where he has the space advantage. We usually know when we have this type of pawn structures, we have to attack on the side where we have space advantage, and that's where Magnus has it on the king side. That's where he's going to exert all his forces, and we'll see if Wesley is going to be able to withstand that pressure.
Jovi,
Yes.
this move b4 puts the black queen in jeopardy.
It
What do
does.
you do?
Well,
He's
Wesley's
playing
queen
D8,
d8, but
D8.
the d5 pawn is looking very vulnerable. In fact, I was thinking that Magnus has handled the position as white, almost like the black side of a Slav. This is the theoretical kind of breaks. First, you determine the breaks on the queen side, and he struck in the center first, and then determine the breaks on the queen side, and you look at this d5, this weak d5 pawn all the time.
Yeah, but I love this counter that Wesley has come up with. Bobby Fischer called it the Mongolian tactic when you have these 4 pawns. A5 by Wesley, not just sitting still, but he's got his action going here over on the queen side with this, especially this pawn on c4. If he can get into any kind of ending, he's going to be a happy camper.
Well, things are going to start exploding, I think, because the queen is on a8. I was going to suggest pawn takes pawn.
And that has happened, and a pawn takes recapture, of course.
And then bishop
f3.
So you're threatening knight takes c4.
So I will get out of that pin for sure. Ooh,
right.
b6. Ooh, alert, alert, alert. Queen d8, b7, b6, with the idea of b7.
Right.
That's a big danger signal. I have to find a better move than that one.
Also, I think if you play queen d8, I could potentially take on b4, and if you take back bishop takes b4, rook takes c8, and then knight c4 is coming, d takes c4, queen takes c4, with a double attack on the king and on the bishop on b4.
How about this move, bishop d3, protecting the pawn on c4 against knight takes c4? And if you take on b5, I can take on b5. You take on e8, I take with the knight. And I don't think you can, well, maybe you can essay knight c4.
I like that move, but Wesley hasn't found it yet.
Not yet, but things are breaking
Queen d8 was played, I think.
Queen d8, I didn't like that move. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. I promise I'll come right back. But I didn't like that move because of that breakaway pawn b7, b6. First a capture on g5. That hasn't really changed anything. H takes g5, H takes g5.
Well, if you find this interesting, yep, it's been played, b6.
Yeah, he sees his, gosh, he senses those opportunities so very well. Magnus, when he's in form, and Wesley in trouble suddenly, big trouble, as this pawn is trundling to b7. Keep in mind, the bishop on g8, bishop on g3, pardon me, actually controls the b8
yes,
square.
exactly, yeah, so
For
b7 is a big...
Takes, and he's, there goes the 2 pawns, one with a check, and knight takes c4 is going to be a tempo as well. So Magnus looking good here. He'll be a pawn to the good,
and the black king is on f8. So
exactly.
Some slight technical difficulties because the material is limited in case the queens get exchanged. But with the queens on the board, the king quite fragile on f8. I think Magnus is going to find a way and break black's position.
Yes, knight takes c4 as expected. Pardon me, attacking the queen. Queen b5.
Queen f3 maybe.
I love queen f3. That g4. Alert. G4 is an alert move, sorry. Maybe knight e3, there's bishop b4, but then queen b3, and it pins the, you can't skewer the rook. We've seen a lot of rook skewers, haven't we, in this first day of Blitz. Okay, can Magnus reel home the point? He's got a pawn to the good, rook d8.
Now, with bishop c4, I'm going to go queen b4, and I'm going to exchange the queens as fast
as possible.
Yeah,
that's a good idea to kind of exchange queens. So,
what do you guys think of bishop?
Queen. I was going to suggest queen c7.
And well done. Nice, queen c7. Okay, sidestepping ideas of bishop b4, queen d7. Please trade.
Don't trade.
Please trade, says black.
Queen
Magnus
a5.
says no, thank you. And we have a quick update on MVL.
A couple of other results. Anish Giri drew Anand and Jovanka got another half point by drawing Vasily Ivanchuk, closing out today. But this game is the one that is big trouble for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who was trying to keep pace with the leaders, but he is down 3 pawns, count them, 3 pawns against Nepomniachtchi, desperate for a perpetual check of some kind, which does not look like it's there. So MVL will continue to fade as Magnus and Wesley So play each other, although at least he knows that those players can't both score a point this round, so he might still be within a stone's throw of the leaders when the round is over.
Thank you, Maurice. Big result, of course. MVL will be disappointed by that result if he loses. And we do have the result.
Yes, we do have it. Yeah, so MVL has lost against IM Nepomniachtchi. So
well, back to our crucial game, and we're seeing 11 seconds. 11 seconds
versus
30 and the players are going to be playing on increment. And, ooh, it looks like...
That's it. Game over. Wesley blundered a piece.
Ooh.
Magnus has won and tied. This means there's now a tie in for first place.
And that is a big, big blow for Wesley as he loses his last 2 games. And he had such a it was never really comfortable that he was in first. And losing the last 2 games really is hurtful. Ooh, Cristian, your thoughts?
Not comfortable at all. 2 points is basically nothing in this time format. And with a world champion breathing down your neck is always very difficult to keep your composure. And we've seen Wesley So just collapsed in the last 2 games. But Magnus Carlsen is just so dominant in this time format.
By the way, we've got, sorry to interrupt you,
we have one
Cristian.
more game left.
Yes, we do. Levon versus Vladimir. It looks like both players are playing on their increment. Let me just bring
Are they
that
going to
board.
repeat the moves? I just saw one-time repetition. No.
You did. And, oops, I got the wrong day. Where is it?
Just from the placing of the pieces, it does look like Kramnik is...
Well, it's a
very interesting
okay, it's a piece versus pawns.
For 3 pawns. Now, this bishop on the long diagonal controlling all the pawns, this looks like a very, very good light squared blockade, but basically what Vladimir is going to have to do to win the game is to take a king walk all the way over to the king side in this fashion.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Yes, because this bishop can't dance. It needs to be on one diagonal.
But he
stopped the pawns.
He stopped it with h4. So the king is on f6 from what I see on the board, and the pawn is on h4.
So we'll have to keep an eye on it from our webcam because my board is not all updating. Now we see the live board up above, but we need to get a
I don't think that's a live board.
tighter look. Yeah, we need to get a tighter look at. Yes, there we have. Okay.
That seems to be a fortress
in the technology. H4, that was a key move, defensive move to keep Black's king out of the position, and a draw has been agreed. Well, was that a fortress, or did Kramnik blow it, Jovi? I'm not sure.
Well, to me it was a fortress with that key h4 move, because then the king couldn't wander. If the king comes over to the h line, that's it.
Agreed.
It's game over, I think. But
the fortress was there, Cristian?
I believe so. I'm trying to figure out how to get... Well, my board is updating. I'm going to close that. And let's try to find the critical moment in the position after the move e3. Yes, my board is going a little bit crazy, but I think that is a fortress, because you would love to have your king on c3 and the bishop on b1, the king on e2, and right now white to move, but unfortunately he has this extra move bishop h7. With the king on b3 he wouldn't have the move bishop h7 because king a2, but now he has the move king f3 because the king cannot go to d2 from b3. So it seems that is a fortress indeed.
All right, good to know. Well,
wow.
When Garry Kasparov was talking about character and what, we had, let's go to Maurice and Leuven with the man of the moment,
Magnus.
World champion Magnus Carlsen started the day down 3 points, and he has made up the gap. Today was definitely a good day at the office, Magnus.
Yeah, although I ran a little bit out of steam at the end, but fortunately I played better than he did.
How did you run out of steam? You just had one game that wasn't great, but you won the last two
Yeah,
games.
no, I mean, just the other games, I mean, I didn't really feel too great. That's all. But yeah, I mean, obviously the result today was fantastic.
You mentioned in Paris the same round. I remember interviewing you at this exact moment, and you said you felt tired. How are you feeling now? Fresh?
Yeah, I mean, I felt fresh for the first 5 rounds probably, and then since then I've been a bit tired, but it's okay. I mean, probably towards the end of such days you have to play by adrenaline anyway. Was
this a statement game for you? This last game, this win?
Obviously it was important, but I'll have to you know, there is a big job yet to be done, and tomorrow I don't have the sort of the advantage of coming from behind.
Okay, well, we'll allow you to rest. Magnus, congratulations on the fine performance today.
Thank you.
I like that. The advantage?
Exactly, it gives motivation,
I
right?
Disadvantage, yes. But a big result. -3 behind at the start of play.
Yes.
Equalize the score. And look at our standings
definitely.
after the first round.
Well,
first day
we now
Blitz.
have a tie for first place between 2016 Tour champion Grandmaster Wesley So. He's on 18.5, and he's now tied with world champion Magnus Carlsen, who was also Tour champion of 2015. They're both on 18.5 points. And look at that Blitz score, like mentally 7.5 points out of 9.
Yes.
Versus Wesley's 4.5 out of 9. So.
And that one face plant game, so it's almost 7.5 out of 8
Yes.
because Magnus was not there for that one game that he did lose. 50% for Wesley So. He had this fantastic result. Unbelievable result, actually, in the Rapid, but only 50% in the Blitz. Anish Giri looking good. And Vladimir Kramnik, actually, look at
Six,
big
he
Vlad,
had a good
+3.
I wouldn't have predicted that one. I wouldn't have predicted he would have got 6 out of 9.
And of course, tomorrow we'll do it all again. There'll be a 9-round Blitz, and guess what? Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen will do it again in the final round. And let's go to Maurice for his final thoughts.
Well, it's been just an incredible day here. We witnessed a performance for the ages. Magnus Carlsen with 7.5 out of 9, showing why he's simply a dominant Blitz player. He's not just the best player in the world. It's any time control you put in front of him. And he showed his character in the last game for sure. I asked him if it was a statement game. I think it was. He wants everybody to understand that he is indeed the best, and when it's time to rise to the occasion, he does. It has to be a demoralizing day for Wesley So. The way he played, that lead he had, 3 full points over Magnus, and having his rival catch him. It's going to be a tough day tomorrow, but will he rise to the occasion? This is now a 2-horse race with a couple of thoroughbreds off lurking in the distance as well. Don't count MVL out because he had a fantastic final day in Paris. Will he be able to pull off some magic? We will see, and we will give you all the action, be calling it live here from Leuven. You don't want to miss it.
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, it's true. You know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Good
motto.
That's the truth, absolutely. And over to you, Cristian. Your thoughts, please.
What an incredible day, guys. Absolutely. Magnus Carlsen dominant as ever. 7.5 points out of 9 possible. That's a huge performance, and he knows it. He's feeling confident. He's going into last day at an equal pace with Wesley So, something that he could have only dreamed at the beginning of today. And I see him as the clear favorite to take it home. Wesley So, he's struggling in this time format. He's showing in Paris had huge problems, and he's transferring those problems to Leuven. MVL still in the hunt, absolutely. Only 2 points behind the leaders, and we cannot rule him out.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a fantastic final day.
I shouldn't have changed horses, but I did. I thought Wesley could stay in the race, but he's been caught.
He has been caught. And so taking a look at the current standings one more time, we have a tie for first place between 2016 Tour champion Wesley So and world champion Magnus Carlsen. Both of these guys are on 18.5 points.
Yeah, and again, if Magnus were to win this event, boy, what would that mean for our Grand Chess Tour standings? Well, the very resurgent Magnus Carlsen putting his signature on the 2017 Grand Chess Tour.
Right, of course, you have to remember it's a win in an event gives you 12 or 13 points, depending on whether you win it outright or not.
Boy.
So he would be...
Well, all I can say is we're going to have a great day tomorrow. I hope you join us for our weekend coverage of the Leuven tournament and back for 9 Blitz games.
And it's championship day tomorrow, so please tune in. We can't wait to find out what happens. See you then.